Hello, everybody, and welcome to today's online DTR Yeti Locals. This is the first one after the bigger event of the season. I'm here with PerfectKalcium. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. How are you, Clem?
I'm pretty good. I'm looking forward to today. I'm looking forward to how people have adapted the meta from down under, how it has changed people's opinion. How are you?
Yeah.
What's your opinion? What are you looking forward to today?
Well, I think definitely we're looking to see whether or not we can get away from fire, right? Whether the fire has sort of, it's definitely consumed the world right now. Every single, locals, your big thing with the Quicksilver Cup, as well as the DTR winner case, has been fire. And I'm super interested to see whether or not somebody has figured out that tech in either wind or water, or maybe just norm slimes. You never know.
Yeah, it's looking very spicy right now. Meaning everything's red. Everything's red. No matter where you look, like
Yeah.
things start out fine, right? It's like it's a very mixed in the beginning, and then you get to the top tables and it's all fire. Ryle is just too good of a card.
Yeah, Ryle is absolutely amazing. I think part of it, of course, is it's just so much value, and people, it's so much obvious value, and people can't necessarily get away from it right now, and that's okay. That's totally fine. I love to see these level 3 decks. We didn't necessarily see that before, except for some certain turbo decks, and now with the new Fire level 3, I'm not gonna say I'm sad, but I do want to see some wind. I'm a wind boy. I'd love to see some of that wind tech.
Yeah. I agree with you. I love wind as well. Unfortunately, Ryle is just too strong not to play fire for, right? Because if you play level 3, you want those liminal guides in your graveyard. Both water and fire have the best ways to get them in there. In wind, you could maybe somehow sacrifice them, but we don't have enough cards yet. We need more things to put
Oh,
them in the grave.
Oh, don't worry. I've been trying. I've been cooking. It hasn't worked yet, but we'll see. Yeah, definitely. I think the other thing I'd be interested to see in today is non-suited allies. That being said, I love suited allies. I've been giving them a try. Everyone in my locals knows I just don't have the brain for it, and that's okay. I need someone else to come up with that strong ally list.
Yeah, it's a lot of math, a lot of min-maxing the cost of your allies in suited. It's too much brain, especially
Oh,
for simple wind allies players like us.
absolutely. Yeah, I looked over and one of my locals, he went, "Look, I have a straight on board." And I looked at my board. I said, "Why doesn't my board look like that? I've got two. I've got two. It's not good enough."
Yep, yep. It's tough. It's tough, but
Yeah.
we already have our round one
Oh, yep.
deck list
Fantastic.
here. We can look at it before we get into the games. Is there
All
do you have
right.
a preference about either? I have an inkling you do, but
Well, to be fair, I have tried both. So it looks like we have a Fire Daochan and then a Wind Guojia. I think Wind Guojia is really, really fun. It doesn't look like it's running anything too crazy. That being said, it is a turbo list with Beseech the Wind as well as Beseech Fatestone. So we're obviously looking for a really quick level up to 3, and from there we'll, utilize Seiryu. Uh, Otherwise, I think the big thing with Fire Daochan is it's frankly crazily strong. Uh, I have seen my board just absolutely blow up. I'm always afraid, of course, of the Fractal of Sparks as well as uh, the Searing Rebuke combination. And if you're not hitting them with that 3 right off the bat, they're gonna start just bleeding you life, and that's really tough. Seeing here, we see some interesting things in the sideboard, but I don't see anything too crazy in the main. It's not insanely spicy, but it is consistent, and that's what's important.
yeah, yeah, it's the Fire Guardian Fire the Fire Gauntlet list doesn't play any new cards other than a single copy of Intensify Fire in the main. And I guess Volda's new because we haven't I don't think we've really seen people experiment with Volda, and there is one Volda in the sideboard here. So even that's not too much.
Yeah, that's true, right? I don't think we've seen too much Volda, and here we won't see, we have one copy, but if it comes out, it will probably be against wind, right? If you don't have your mirror out, you can put out a Voldas and just say, hey, you know what, this turn, you actually messed up.
It's over. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, no. I hope it comes out. I hope other than just it obviously most likely it will be um brought in, but I really hope that the Outron gets to dig enough to actually for the Volta to actually come up because I think it's like you said in this matchup against Wind, it's such a good card and it's so fun to that once you get it out, it's basically an easier to keep alive Varuk. If anyone remembers
Yeah.
that card.
Hey, we all remember it. Yeah, let's take a look here. Snow Ghost versus Garuthos. Garuthos on the Wind Guoja, and Snow Ghost on the Fire Daochan. Can you hear? The Spirit of Fire is already out. 2 down for. Let's take a look. A Fractal? No, Fire Bloom Flourish. There we go. Fire Bloom Flourish, a really great card that pretty much makes that deck, allowing you to go pretty low on influence, as well as a Fractal. Oh no, that is a. Uh,
It's That's
oh,
a Ravenous
that's a
Pyre, I
Ravenous
believe.
Fire. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
Ravenous Fire.
Which is interesting that they did not you did not use the on enter ability, like didn't wait for them to level up, especially considering they had the Firebloom Flourish here, so they could have easily gone level 1 and just waited a bit. But the speed over damage is understandable.
Yeah, they could have been slightly prescient and seen that Guoja wants to level up really quick. And in fact, we do see it here with the Beseech putting out a Trained Hawk, leveling up. And yeah, so Guoja has to show the entire material deck there. And they're going to
Obviously.
bring out the Azurite Fatestone. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very standard material deck here from Guruthos. Not much to be surprised about, especially if you have played against this deck before. I don't think Snow Ghost is really surprised at what they saw.
No, I doubt it. Uh, but that being said, let's see if we can get another one, or we'll just go ahead and end turn there and banish a card. Take a look. So okay, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and banish. So what that's gonna do, that's gonna go ahead and give Goja quest counters. Of course, our turbo is attempting to get to 10 as fast as possible to bring out Seru, so we can start arcane blasting, which is the real fun part of that deck.
Yeah,
Passing it
getting
back.
all those cards into banishment, getting those quest counters, flipping Seri as soon as possible is really, really important to this deck, especially in this matchup against such an aggressive deck. Like, sure, Fire Aggro does exist, but the Outchan is one of the most aggressive and fastest kill ones out there currently.
Yeah, so we have an Everflame staff being materialized. That's interesting. Oh, okay. And another or two more. Okay, actually, yeah, two more Ravenous Pyres.
All right.
So perhaps just stacking on that damage, knowing that Gojo wants to go to 3, we're gonna get 6 damage here. Safeguard Amulet being materialized. Maybe try to take the edge off some of that leveling up.
Yeah, if Guruthos has like a Besiege Face Stone into a Dungeon Guide here, he can just negate all of the damage that would come from the Ravenous Pyres.
Yeah, Force Cake coming out. Gonna draw a card. And perhaps a baby green or. Okay, no. We're gonna go to end of turn. We're gonna banish one more for a quest counter. It's like that was an Asen. And we're gonna get another quest counter here. Draw a card. All right. Take a look. So a big thing here is whether or not, like, when we're going to level up into Dao-Chan. Dao-Chan is when we actually get that Fire Bloom Flourish online, as well as the other things for the Ravenous Pyre. We're gonna go for a ring and go into turn.
Soga's taking it, I think, is a lot slower than you would expect, especially in a matchup like this where you know that once Guruthos gets to level 3 here, it can very quickly be over. So it's very interesting to me that the Aochan takes the like Snow Ghost is taking it so slowly with the level up, especially having already having the Fire Bloom Flourish out. Why do you think he's doing that? Why do you think he's taking it so carefully and slowly?
Uh, I'm not 100% sure. So we saw Rococo. So, perhaps we have a whole lot of things that are based on our low influence. But yeah, with that Fire Bloom Flourish out, it probably would pay off a little more to level up. So it is a very interesting sort of slow burn, as one might say, on Snow Ghost's side.
Yeah, the and even if so, probably you're right that it's tied to something about low influence and Rococo, because you get a lot more value about of Ravenous Pyre as well. You get to cycle through your deck a lot more if you have that Claire class bonus.
Yeah, it also turns your Searing Rebukes online. Uh, we see a Fairy Whispers, and I believe a Stifling Trap Bolt to hand,
It was
and a
indeed.
level up into Goja level 2. There we go. And okay, yeah, we're gonna use the Safeguard Amulet there. So that's probably heralding a Dungeon Guide or a Beseech. The
They
wins.
it's best if Guruthos gets to level 3 because taking 6 damage would be very, very scary here. Even if he gets to recover 3, and if he chooses to recover 3, uh, that 6 damage is like 3 extra damage in this matchup, even without the class bonuses from the Outchan, is very, very scary. So aggro can just pop off and kill you out of nowhere, especially with a board like that. So Sad, yeah, he has to be careful here and has to get the maximum amount of value out of that safeguard amulet.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're seeing a Baby Green to suppress that Forest Kick there. We'll get a card and a turn. That was during Recollection. 2 down, 3 down. A Dungeon Guide, perhaps?
Well, I mean,
Oh, no, okay,
probably
we're
doing the
swinging.
math first, yeah, doing some
Yeah,
attacking here,
it
taking out
always
the
pays.
Rococo.
It always pays to do the math. 3, and yes, there it is, the dungeon guide. So going up to level 3, we're only going to take 2 damage from those intensified pyres.
Oh,
Windmill and another
another
dungeon
dungeon
guide.
guide.
Yeah. Going to 6 quest counters for that banish. And Gojo level 3 coming in. Let's see. Looks like we're going to choose to take quest counters.
Getting that
And staying with
Serio
that
out
dungeon guide.
quickly, flipping that Serio as soon as possible is, like we mentioned, like we talked about it earlier, is very, very important for this deck. And currently his life total is looking fairly comfortable, so he's definitely not in a rush to recover and survive, rather in a rush to start attacking.
Yeah, 5 damage in this position, not too dangerous. Uh, Daichan has to chew through 20. We're looking at a fast cure here. So 4 influence to, I believe, 4. Yeah.
Seeing the amount of cards in the player's hands with the dark sleeves is a bit hard, so do forgive us.
Yeah,
But
it's
yeah,
unfortunate.
finally the level up
Yeah,
is
there we
here. The
go.
Firebloom Flourish is online. Gonna start dealing damage now into Guruthos. Maybe this is the turn that Snow Ghost was looking for. Cards
Yeah,
have aligned.
let's have a look. We have 5 influence, which is slightly high for Dao Chan, which sounds kind of crazy to say. But that's how low influence Dao Chan likes to play. 2 down, perhaps another Rococo. Let's take a look. Oh no, we're going to see a Fractal of Sparks here.
The
So this
Fractal Sparks
is,
is really good. Starting to put
yeah,
the counters onto the refinement counters onto that Everflame staff. If used for its ability, but we see it used as a reservable fractal here.
yeah, for the Ashwick Cremator. So with no hands, or with no cards in hand, we're going to do 2 damage to each champion. So this is another nice start, and we're going to, looks like we're going to pass there with Firebloom Flourish, drawing another card directly into memory, and getting that extra Glimmer counter.
The It looked like at the
The-
end of Snow Ghost's turn, Gruthos flipped the Serio. Or
Yes.
in response to the Ashwick Cremator, he flipped the Serio.
Ah. Yeah, so for so in response, that's a pretty good response. In so much as Seryu has taunt, so we're not gonna be able to sneak in that extra 2 damage there from just coming on the board and attacking. Incandescent Reliquary coming out. So this is another low influence play where we're basically saying, hey, who has the lower influence? We'll just keep trading. We'll just keep grabbing cards and see who wins. So Seryu
Yeah.
attacking, yes. On attack, we're likely going to choose an Arcane Blast. There it is. Put an Arcane Blast into banishment. And so we'll be able to play that out whenever we generally have the levels to do so. And that's why that second ability to empower is so important. We also saw Harness Lightning go into banishment previously, so that's at least 2 arcane cards there.
Gruthos managing the amount of arcane cards in his banishment fairly, really well here. He has to get them up so he can empower early enough where he's not dead before he gets to play those arcane blasts.
Yeah, and I think to help here, we have a Byaku's Command, so that's why Seiryu has a buff counter now, which is really, really quite strong. And in addition, because Seiryu is a Senju, it gets to wake up, and we can attack again if we so desire. Let's have a look.
It's probably what Guruthos is going to do here. But we are having a bit of a moment here where a judge call is happening for a miss trigger on the Firebloom Flourish at the end step. But apparently the
Oops.
players clarified and it was not missed.
Yeah, okay, so we're going for the second attack, and here, okay, yeah,
Up.
we're going to have Dachan's special ability. Using Glimmer counters, we're able to play a reaction from our memory, and that's going to be Searing Rebuke. So Searing Rebuke prevents the next 3 damage, and whenever damage is prevented this way, we deal 3 damage to a target champion we don't control. So we can't turn back and hurt ourselves, but we're going to go ahead and choose our opponent here.
Yeah, it's
And
it's really good that it doesn't deal it into the attacking unit because like this, it's the 3 damage is not wasted from the Serio. Well, not wasted into the going into the Serio. It's going straight to Guruthos' face, helping Snow Ghost get to hit his end goal of 25 damage counters.
Yeah, Serene Rebuke would be pretty different if it attacked the unit back. Although that would be pretty interesting. It would be a resolute that harmed the opponent.
It would be
Or
a slightly better Storm of Thorns.
only a little bit. Let's
No
see.
float, so arguably worse.
Ooh, you can't plus. I love plussing. Uh, looks like we're resolving the Serene Rebuke here. Okay, we're resolving it on attack. We're gonna get another Arcane Blast.
Guruthos was doing a lot of math there, looking at the amount of arcane cards in his banishment, seeing whether he wants to empower or just generate another arcane blast for the empower next turn.
Yeah, and then the Searing Rebuke protection is done. Seiryu taking all three of it, in fact. And then so we're going to have the Baby Green as well as Dungeon Guide swinging for another 2. And it's 11 all. Terrafring coming out.
There is the counter was missed from the Firebloom Flourish, unless.
Oh, there's another
Alright.
one. Or,
And Searing Rebuke also
okay.
puts a counter on it on Everflame
Yes.
Staff here. Yeah. So now that the Firebloom Flourish trigger is resolving, he's like, wait a minute. This is a locals event, locals type event, so it is a bit more forgiving, but obviously clean gameplay and not remembering your triggers is always very, very, very important.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, this is where we train, right? We're going to train at locals. We're going to make sure that we don't miss them when we actually go to Ascent or anything bigger.
Even
So
even
we
regionals and up, you have to
Oh,
or pay
absolutely.
attention
Got to
and
pay
play
attention to
clean.
regionals. So we have a glimmering, or shimmering
Right.
coming out.
Yep. It's
Shimmering
pretty
refraction.
good here with all of those all of those ravenous pyres out.
Yeah, we're gonna do 5. Uh, Now that wasn't from memory, so we don't get the bonus. But let's see.
Damage is damage. You cannot be upset
Oh,
about
absolutely,
damage.
absolutely. Okay, and we since okay, so here's Acolyte of Cultivation. So since we did cast a spell, since we did activate a spell this turn, we are able to play Acolyte for cheaper.
So
So 3 cheaper, in fact. So it's a 2-3 for 1.
it's not quite enough damage yet, but
Yeah.
we're getting there
Oh,
slowly but surely.
it looks like they took out the baby green slime. And we're going to end turn Fire Bloom Flourish to draw a card into our memory.
Yeah, it
All
guarantees
right.
that Acolyte cannot take out Dungeon Guide on its own, much less a Seiryu with a buff counter. So Baby Green is the solid target to take out here, especially with a Terrafring on board.
Yeah, so one more Shimmering coming out of memory. And we are going to get that bonus now to draw a card back into memory. So 5 more damage there. And I believe that Terrafring was going forward to be used.
Ooh, I believe. Oh
So
yeah.
yeah, we're paying 2 to have Seiryu attack. And Garthos is going to check his arcane cards, see whether or not it's worth empowering this turn.
I believe it is. I believe he did empower because he didn't put an
Two.
additional
That's true.
arcane
That's true.
blast into his banishment.
Oh, there
So
we
yep,
go. Yep.
there it is. Came out.
Arcane Blast
It's a bit
for
more than perfectly lethal. Yeah, the 11
uh
damage coming through.
yeah, unfortunately I don't think that Fire Rebuke is going to fix this one. All right.
Yes, -3 from 11 when you're on 16 damage scanners is it's not enough. Not enough on level 1 the Outrun. Next time though.
all you have to do is cast what, three, all four. It'll be fine.
Yeah, just block all of the damage. Prevent all of the damage. Would you like to look at talk a bit more in depth about the sideboard? We touched on them earlier when we were talking about the decks, but
Yeah, let's have a
what do you
look.
think Snow Ghost is gonna bring in other than Volta?
So yeah, I think definitely Volda, right? Against a wind deck, we want to deal with anything if they have Veiling Breeze. We could also see here. Uh, I wonder if the Safeguard Paragon's gonna come in. So we just kind of joked there. 3 out of 11's not huge. Safeguard Paragon would only be 4 out of 11, but that is four. I think the biggest thing here is that Wind Seiryu, unless unless they get those Asins out, they're not necessarily going to have huge boards. Your Safeguard Paragon could stick there. Otherwise, we could also see some further Acolyte of Cultivations come in. Just try and get a bunch of damage out of allies to stick onto Guoja before they can get their Seiryu. If they don't actually have the cards to turbo, they'll just be 1 or 2 turns slower.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, and I can't see them using really any of the other cards. Fire, Water, Resonance Bubble are obviously useless in this matchup. What
Oh,
about
you never know.
Guruthos?
Well, we see some Blanche Sheltering Saints in there, so I think those are definitely coming in 100%. We will also probably see the Scatter Essence, almost certainly. So if you can get rid of that Fire Bloom Flourish, it slows Dutchan down by an insane amount. And a lot of times, honestly, it'll probably win you the game. Otherwise, I don't think we're going to see necessarily Regal Inquisition. I could see that being interesting, though, right? You want to take a look at their memory and toss away anything that they could actually use against you during their turn with or during your turn rather, with their Glimmer counters. So it's possible we see that, but it's a pretty convincing win by Gerthos there. I don't know if they'll feel that they need it.
Hmm. I feel like Sovereign Sanctuary though is most likely going to come in, even if it's for one turn.
Hmm.
Being able to like keep your board alive and prevent most of the damage that Snow Ghost would deal, considering he is mostly dealing chip damage with the Aochan, is going to be very, very important here. Even though he did win this time, and pretty convincingly, pretty quickly, if Snow Ghost had a better earlier turns, or he would have easily, looking at his fractals, which was quite unfortunate drawing 3 Ravenous Pyres so early. He it was very threatening immediately, seeing how many cards Snow Ghost had on board immediately.
That's fair. And Sovereign Sanctuary, blunting damage by 2 when most of the damage in Daochin is dealt by 3s, actually not too bad. Looks
Yeah.
like okay. Looks like we went ahead and passed. We're gonna see Gruthers' first turn, Spirit of Wind, and let's see if we can get that turbo again. Either a Beseech the Winds or a Beseech Fatestone. There it is. Beseech the Winds. So we're gonna level up to Guoja level 1, and Snow Ghost as well as us. We're gonna be able to see whether or not there were any changes to the material deck. The only material deck change would have been the Nullifying Mirror, which I do not believe went in.
There's a Kindle acts from the graveyard, so it nullifying lantern is much more important than nullifying mirror here. I wonder if Snow Ghost's hand is a lot better than the previous game or a lot worse, considering he didn't play a single card on his turn 1.
That's fair. I'm gonna guess that it's better. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. So Azurite Fatestone coming out, and I think we're moving to the end of turn banish. There it is.
Uh, He just Snow Ghost just needs the creative shock to come out, and then he's gonna be happy, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that might be it because a very classic fired thing. 4. Okay. 4 for Cinder Geyser. So we're just gonna deal 4 to face here, I believe.
Yeah, Cinder
And
Geyser's
Fairy Whispers.
very solid here.
Fairy Whispers. We're gonna glimpse 3 and reveal 1. If it's wind, we get to draw it to hand. Let's take a look. Windmill Engineer is shown. Pretty solid. Especially if we don't have any of our turbo card, any other turbo cards, we'll just be looking to gain more and more advantage, especially as we do banish a card at end of turn. We just want to see more cards.
Yeah, the,
All right.
the, Go- the Goja deck is really, really good at just digging through the whole deck as quickly as possible and just going for it. Getting those vital cards into their hand as soon as possible.
Yeah. So this time we're leveling up into Dachan here pretty quick with a Rococo into banishment. And let's see.
It's a very
So
lucky
last time,
banish from Snow Ghost, looking at his current influence and how many cards he's played so far.
oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, we see a Fire Bloom Flourish come out, as well as, actually holding that Fire Bloom Flourish in hand may not be a bad plan, considering you're into wind. You can you can guess that they probably have a Scatter Essence in their sideboard, especially uh, this Guoja deck. So perhaps just holding it is smart.
Yeah,
Uh,
once you figure out what matchup you're playing, you definitely can plan your plays a bit better in game 2, and that is exactly what we're seeing from Snow Ghost. From putting all these Fantasia down last game so early to being more careful and making sure that they get the value they need.
yeah. Dream Fairy and Brisk Windtrotter going out in order to being banished in order to level up to Guoja 2. We're going to show a Train Hawk and a Windmill Engineer for a Windmill Engineer and draw a card into memory. So there's that wind value engine. And we're moving to the end of turn banish.
The reliable Windmill Engineer into Windmill Engineer.
It says something when you show your opponent you have 3 Windmill Engineers, at least. All
He's
right.
just showing that he doesn't need them. He can win without all that drawing to memory.
Yeah, you don't need to draw cards to win the game. Absolutely not. Let's see here. We're going to materialize the Everflame Staff. And Fire Bloom Flourish. Trigger, there we go.
The
Which
refinement counter
should
once again
the
forgotten
staff,
from the
yeah.
Everflame staff.
Yeah. Well,
We,
okay, there we go. We didn't
we're
miss
here to
it.
learn. We're here to
There we
learn.
go. There we go. We got it. Hasty Messenger coming out. So maybe we can take a little more peek into what is in Snow Ghost's hand. And yep, gonna take out that Windmill Engineer. That's always smart. You don't want Wind to reoccur it via Reclaim. That's always a bad time.
Snow Ghost being pretty content with their hand, it seems. Not discarding for
Yeah.
the Hasty
Or
Messenger here.
okay, yeah. And Sparkleite coming down, just the face. Yeah, okay. Just the face.
Gotta
So
get those counters onto the Everflame staff as soon as possible. So next turn, he can immediately activate it and deal 4 damage to Grothos here.
yeah, Safeguard Amulet coming out, and that's probably in preparation for that staff. And Firebloom Flourish at the end did draw a card into memory for Snow Ghost. 3 cards going down to pay for Beseech the Winds. So we're gonna go ahead and level up right here into Guoja 3.
It might not be as cheap as a Dungeon Guide, but being able to level up outside of your materialization and getting those counters from the Azurite Fatestone are very, very good here. So I feel like this is one of the few decks where you actually don't mind not having a Dungeon Guide and just maximizing the amount of counters you get.
Yeah, absolutely. Just 3 extra counters out of nowhere can definitely surprise your opponent. It makes your yeah. Oh, okay, interesting. There's 9 counters. So with Beseech the Wind, we're gonna get 3 more counters, and then okay, yeah, there we go. We see that. Guoja level 3 does give 3 counters. So there it is, that perfect 10.
It's
Which
the
would allow
number
us
you
to
want to see here.
flip. Yeah, that would allow us to flip Seiryu. And looks, yeah, okay, we're gonna go ahead and do so. Yes, there we go. We made the dragon right on time. 3 cards in hand, and we have our Sacred Amulet on the board. Oh no, we've chosen not to. I apologize.
Gruthos, I believe, is probably going to be doing the math on is it worth it to risk and like go for the dragon right now or do it later.
Okay. Well, I think they've made the calculations. Here comes Seryu as well as an Arcane Blast. Okay, yeah. Raven or a
Searing Rebuke
a
coming
Searing
out,
Rebuke coming out. Yep.
preventing 3 of that damage and then dealing 3 straight back to Goja.
Everflame Staff for 4 damage. And it'll be prevented by the Safeguard Amulet. Going back to Snow Ghost, take a look. Perhaps, okay, yeah. Wind Bobble. So just looking to see more cards.
The Safeguard is kind of letting Snow Ghost take a step back and think about what they're going to do, plan ahead here.
Yeah. Let's see. 2 down. I believe, is that an Ashwick? It's a Scathing Seminary. Oh, I'm sorry, that's a Mercy Altar card. So on enter, if they're balanced, you get to deal 2 unpreventable damage to target unit. So pretty good, especially in Daochan where your fractals can certainly help you balance things out if needed.
And on their turn with a Safeguard Amulet, the unpreventable damage from that going through Safeguard is really, really helpful. And then being able to attack with it for 4 damage on the turn it comes in if you're balanced is exactly what you want.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to Kindle here.
There is the glowing
Glowering
conflagration.
Conflagration, yeah. Uh, so 1 plus X, where X is the number of Fantasias you control, that's going to be 2 damage. And yeah, I mean, Gojo is already at 18, which is we're getting there, but that safeguard definitely slowed us down. Incandescent Reliquary coming out. Just
What
making
you
sure
want
that
in this situation specifically. Oh, the serious
oh,
command.
serious
So
command.
good. It is with the
Yep.
triple triggers from Serio. Well, 3 triggers in total from Serio is going to be exactly what Guruthos needs this turn, I feel like. And looking at his hand, he has 5 cards? His influence
I
is
think 4.
4.
Yeah.
So he can't quite play
Eh,
um an Arcane Blast yet this turn, I believe. If he has no Arcane cards in Banishment, he cannot
uh,
play
he
one
should
yet.
have he should have 1 Arcane Blast, I believe, in banishment.
He did attack last turn, you're
Yeah.
right.
So let's see, a double in power plus our level, which is already 3. And oh yeah, okay, we see the hand sign for I'm doing some math.
Gotta make sure that he is close enough to dying here where he has to be very, very careful with what he does. So he has to take his time to figure out what he's doing. There's also plenty of time in the round left, so he is in no real rush to just go through things too quickly and possibly give up a game for no reason. Well, mismathing, miscounting the
Yeah,
the damage that
absolutely.
would be dealt.
So on board presented, Snow Ghost is actually presenting 4 damage, 1 from the Fire Bloom Flourish, and then 3 from the allies, if Serious doesn't stay up for the taunt. It looks like we're going to go in, though, making use of that Serious command, and 1 Arcane Blast. So that should be 2 Arcane cards in management. Are we seeing another Searing Rebuke come out?
That would be kind of devastating here. There it is.
Oh, yep, there it is.
It's not exactly what you want to see as Gruthos here. Meaning your Seiryu is not dealing any damage, and you are looking at guaranteed death next turn if you cannot
Yeah.
recover or wake up your Seiryu for a taunt with a Byaku's command.
Yeah, that is pretty tough. And okay, yeah, we're gonna go to 21 with that 4 presented on board. We've got to find something. Take a look.
And it was a double empower from Gruthos to be able to play that Arcane Blast for free, dealing 11 damage to Snow Ghost, putting him at 13 damage counters.
Abiakos.
There it is. All right. All right.
Okay, yeah. We're gonna and a buff counter on, yeah, there we go. Buff
Yep.
counter on Seiryu. Put an Arcane Blast into banishment.
Let's see if Snow Ghost has it, but unfortunately, the double empower again comes out from
boy.
Gruthos. So for a free Arcane Blast for a second time this
Man.
turn. Yep.
That is, yep, there it is. I think, unless, let's take a look. 1 card.
What could Snow Ghost play
And the
for
Kindle?
week 1 here?
Well, we have 2 fire cards in the great.
Yep, that was
Yeah,
not
okay.
enough. Yeah,
Okay.
he was trying to do the math. If this was the
Yeah.
previous game, he could have, in response to the attack, taken
Yeah.
Gruthos up, but not this time. I believe there was nothing he could have done.
Yeah, I think if it was last game and we had enough for another Glowering, that would have been pretty cool. But unfortunately, only 1 extra Fantasia out, and so yeah, Gruthos takes it.
Yeah, and then I think Gruthos is also explaining how the combo exactly works and why he could have done all of this in 1 turn to Snow Ghost here. It is very daunting to see it for the first time for sure, I feel like. Cause, or even if you've just been out of the game for a bit and you're back and all you see is a dragon coming at you, hitting you for 4 one time for 4, the next time for 5, and then you get double Arcane Blasted. And if the last time you played was like a year ago, you're like, what is happening? What is Arcane Blast? What am I doing? You know?
Yeah, this isn't right. That's kind of what are you doing here? And I think obviously the big thing there was that Byaku's command to stand up and say, you know what, actually, let's do it all again. I'm gonna hit you, and with a buff counter, which is even worse.
Yeah. Why do you think Gruthos didn't go for the Byaku's command in response to Serene? Do you think he was like playing it safe, making sure that Snow Ghost didn't have another response?
I think it's possible that they were, well, so if they were waiting for the sorry. Yeah, if they were waiting for the Searing Rebuke, I think it's possible that they might have just possibly miscounted just a little bit. They were saying like, well, let's wait to see whether or not, we can get another trigger here, whether we need another trigger, because, if you don't need it, you don't need it. And it worked out in the end. But yeah, it's definitely something where, you're going to get that buff counter as you attack if you do it in response. So you're going to get that extra 1 damage on there. So almost certainly worth it every time.
Yeah, it's like second wind in the all the old wind allies, but I feel like it's a bit stronger because of the unattack triggers for the Shenjus. And like specifically Seiryu. Like Seiryu Baku's command is just straight up better than any other ally could be with a second wind.
Oh, absolutely. Those on attack triggers are just so strong, and we saw them here, right? They absolutely close out the game. Being able to triple them on that one attack with Serious Command is it goes absolutely crazy.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So this round ended fairly quickly. So I was thinking we could take a look at some of the stats that were given to us by our
Oh, awesome!
wonderful friend of the channel, Super Mitch.
Yeah, let's take a look at some stats.
Yeah, this so but this game was very fast. It was I wasn't Did you expect Seri to win this quickly, or were you expecting Diao-chan to put up a bit more of a fight, or be the one to take it away so fast?
I think in this case, especially with uh, Dao Chan being not necessarily as aggro, right, as some other Dao Chan lists that we've seen. Uh, I think it was a little more likely that Winsteryu took it, especially when we saw those beseeches come out, at the right time. And the first game, that Dungeon Guide, being actually able to pull off your turbo plan is so important when Dao Chan isn't set up yet. Uh, if I think if we had seen a second Fire Bloom Flourish, especially in the second game, Dao Chan might have been able to run away with it. There was so much damage coming out, going up to 21 by the end, and it's really just sometimes you don't see it. You're just a little unfortunate. You don't see just the right cards. But I think a second Fire Bloom Flourish, or perhaps even you know if you just had an extra Acolyted Cultivation for the turns previous, that would have stacked on that damage, and it would have been, absolutely Dao Chan's win.
Yeah, yeah, you're absolutely right about that. It was unfortunate that both games he saw one half of what he wanted to see, but not the other half. But if you could, if you could have split the card draws between the two games, it would have been perfect. But I was a
Yeah.
bit hasty earlier with the stats, but I believe now we actually have them up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Let's go to them then. Let's
We
take a
can
look.
take a look here. This
Ooh,
is
this is
very different
different.
from even last weekend.
See a pretty good spread here, but with Tristan leading the pack, 9 people with Tristan, 8 CLs. Okay, I like that. Uh, Dana, Daochan, and Guoja all running at 4, and a lot less Lorraine's. So, what do you think is fueling this sort of Lorraine shortage compared to last week?
I think Lorraine is very good when she is the only level 3 champion. She does start falling short when other people come in, when you start pulling out the big guns. And Tristan specifically counters any champion that lets her level up to 3 and then tries to go for attack damage very well. So it's very funny seeing the pendulum swing back and forth,
Oh,
going from
definitely.
one to the other so quickly.
I'm also super interested in these 8 CLs. I am I'm just excited to see their list. What people have been cooking up. We've definitely seen some pretty interesting ones. I especially like the one with baleful oblation. Coming in trying to deal you 15 in one go. Uh, we've also seen CL water allies previously. So yeah, I'll be very interested to see any of these decks. Uh, and yeah,
Yeah.
it's a general, just a total swap for a lot of things. What's to see 2 Toneris down there at 5%? I'm
Gotta love
interested in
them.
what they're playing. Yeah, like the difference between Toneris and CL is pretty large, I think, in terms of what kinds of decks they're playing. So if Tony is doing domains, I definitely want to see that, especially with the new distortion domain that pulls out non-distortion domains for you. But yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah. I really hope that Tony is going to come back with a more domain focused deck, especially like you mentioned with Chamber of Reflections. Being able to just get whatever whatever domain you want. I was thinking too much about Tony in general. Whatever
You,
domain
you
you
can get you
want.
can get whatever Tonys you want. You can just
Whatever
pull
domain.
Tonys out of the deck.
Some shirtless Tonys, yeah. Just everyone's favorite version of our
Everyone's
boy
favorite version.
Tonoris. Yeah.
I have I happen to have this ESR, and I tell everyone it's the bad one. He's got his shirt on. It's not quite the right one. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. That being said, let's see. Oh, we got 2 Arisanas as well. So it would be interesting if they're not the previous Wind Astra build. Although I think it definitely isn't bad. But there's quite a lot of aggro running around. So we'll see whether or not these Arisanas can make it. And 2 Jin. Just the more I look at this, I'm actually like, I'm super interested in what these people are cooking up. We haven't seen Jin in quite a while, and 2 people are brave enough to come out and say, you know what? I want to be immortal.
There was a really, really good gin list at the Winner Case event that I believe did very well overall in the event as well. So Jin, I feel like is also a lot better in a level 3 focused meta, considering he needs to get to level 3 to do things, because on his level 1 and level 2 are they're not terrible. He is a Exia and level 3 focused champion, dealing damage to himself and then just multiplying that and giving it back to the opposing champion. But you mentioned Wind Arisana, and I'm curious about what you think, like with the element distribution, right? Because probably those two are still on Wind, because I was going to say it way too quickly. The card that creates copies of your herbs, Fertile Grounds. Fertile Grounds is
Okay, yes.
a really, really powerful card.
That's
So
true. That's true. And found only in Wind.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You get that. Yeah, if you get Fertile Grounds out, oh, look at that. So, still over half fire, but people look at that. People are they're heeding our call. They're beginning to experiment with Wind. Uh, 30%, pretty good. And then 8 water for 18% there. So yeah, I'm super interested to see some of this Wind tech. Now, we did, of course, one of our Wind players was the Goja, uh, Wind Series Goja, which is a deck that we've seen previously. And then one of our fires was this Fire Dao Chan. But yeah, anything these Wind players are cooking up, I want to see.
Yeah, it's going with Wind into such a fire-based meta, I feel like is a bit scary, because fire has such good ways of taking care of your allies, such good ways of just dealing damage to you, ignoring all those interceptors and those taunters that you might put out. So I am looking forward to seeing what more, because obviously there are these like flagship decks that we kind of expect of like Seiryu and Arisana that can kind of stabilize and deal a lot of damage fairly quickly if they
Mhm.
draw the right cards and have the deck built in the correct way. But I'm curious because we didn't see that many Gojas in the champion breakdown or Arisanas to make up for all 13 decks. So I'm curious what the rest of them are.
Yeah, I think if we could go back to the champion breakdown, 13 win. We've got to find our 13 win players. So certainly some of those are Tristan. We saw the power of Win Tristan previously, not only at Worlds, but it's still holding its own in this extreme fire meta. I think there's definitely been some experimentation around Win CL. We saw that pretty interesting Win CL list before at Yeti's, especially with the breeze caps and just the hazy caterpillar being a essentially CL only baby green that's able to also be able to take up suppress allies as well, right? Not just items or weapons. So I think
Yeah.
that's pretty interesting. CL also has favorable omens, so a pretty strong card, giving all your allies +1 health until end of turn for every wind omen. So that ramps up pretty quickly. Even 2 or 3 can make your allies really, really sturdy. I think the other thing, of course, Wind has a lot of these tech cards in a fire meta where, Ryle is running around, as well as all these Kindle cards. Things like Purging Tempest, Cleansing Reunion are sort of there to give you a fighting chance.
Yeah, you're very, very right. I think we will also start to see Wind gravitating away from like moving away from these purely ally focused decks and builds and moving towards a more like value oriented deck, like we saw with Wind Luxem Zender last season.
Oh
It's a
yes.
very strong deck, and I'm hoping that we'll see more of like these tech smart, like not smarter. Um,
Well, I think
I
at
don't
our
know how
locals
to
I like to
phrase
call
it.
them wind tricks, right?
Wind
There's just
tricks.
these little things that water and fire can't do, but they just make your opponent go, "Wait, you're able to stop me?" And I say, "Yes, because this is wind." So yeah, I think probably the majority of our Tristans are wind. I would be interested to see a fire Tristan. Just absolutely trying to get up there with Ryle to their level 3. Uh, Otherwise, I think I would not be surprised if people are trying out so obviously there's water Dianas that we've seen previously, but a wind Diana. We got a few pretty strong uh, wind cards, especially the veteran Arrow Thurge, right? uh, range two again if you're a ranger, and then two themselves.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. I am very
so yeah.
curious to see
Hmm?
what I'm very curious to see, because obviously most of the cards that you think about right now when you think about the new Diana are water cards from the starter deck. But there are other cards that came out for Aether Charges and Aether Wings that you can have a very powerful, like wind based Diana as well. So I agree with you. I really hope, and I look forward to seeing some wind ranger decks here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Aether's Embrace is fantastic, right? You're gonna get one of your allies to be distant, or in fact, Diana herself. But it's sort of better if it's an ally because you get to wake up and you get two attack, two health, and you can retaliate for anything and stay distant, and then you even get to load it. That's Diana's new theme, which is just constantly being able to uh, attack. That is to say, previously with distant, we talked about the ebb and flow, basically, where when you're not distant, you're sort of waiting to become distant. Here, we become distant in order to be ready to punish. And the cards sort of flow into one another, even when they're not water. Although, of course,
Yep.
water with the Weaving Mana Stream just goes absolutely crazy.
Yep, it's meant to flow into each other, like you said, like water does. Like water
Yeah.
does. But hopefully, next round, we'll get to see some more interesting decks. We're going to go on a quick 5-minute break and then be back with you guys. Thank you, Perfect Calcium, for being here with me for round one.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Clem. I'll see you soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round two of the DTR of today's DTR Yeti Onlines. I'm back with LBJoyBoy. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How are you, Clem?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm looking so forward to the deck we're seeing. I haven't seen this since ALC,
Mhm.
and it's from everyone's favorite, the People's Champion, our beloved Yeti Gaming local, Jimmy Lee. Oh, I love that guy. He's such a sweetheart in person as well. He's such a good sport playing online, and he beat another beloved Yeti Gaming online local, Edward. Both of these players usually set the meta with their unorthodox in a way decks. How are you
Yeah,
feeling about this deck?
I'm really looking forward to. I know some. I know one of my locals is gonna really love this list. He plays Tony. Before CL came out, he was like super big into Tony. He was playing Creation's Will right before we got all the cards for CL. He was like, "Well, I'm gonna get ready for CL by playing Tony." He loves Tony. I'm really excited because I've heard rumors and not rumors really, but I heard that Jimmy Lee has is the record for the highest damage in one hit in
Really?
GA. I think so. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but somebody in my locals told me that I'm pretty sure Jimmy Lee has like the record for like the highest with the hardest hit in GA with the Creations Will Tony deck. I'm pretty sure. So I'm interested in seeing how that works now with like the new Riley Abyss package. I think that would be really cool to see. I hope he swings real big.
Yeah, I agree. That's honestly, I believe that. Even if I don't need evidence, I believe that Jimmy Lee would deal so much damage because he just plays these decks differently, right? And we can pick it up and we can try, but we're never gonna be Jimmy Lee. The decks just favor him as the creator, as the real Tony, creating all of these decks and just going crazy with them.
Yeah, he's the chef. He's the chef. We're just here to eat some food. We can't recreate the recipe as well as he does, right? It's like your grandma's cooking. You always
Yep.
try to make your grandma's cooking, and then it never turns out as well as she does it, right? That's what we're hoping for.
Yeah, you can try. We can all try, and we can get really close, but we can't quite beat Jimmy Lee.
Yeah.
W- Would you like to look at the deck list a bit more in depth before we get into it? Because it might not have all of the new fancy schmancy cards that we've seen since ALCL, all the domains, but it does have some spicy good things that make it a bit tastier, a bit more flavorful.
Yeah, I really like Chamber of Reflections. I saw a list. I saw like an Aria list that was playing Chamber of Reflections so that they could use Gloomspire Market, which is really interesting. I want to see some of that stuff happening. Um, I really like. Oh my god, Mad Tea Party. I think that's probably my favorite. That's probably my favorite domain in the entire game. That's what I want. I want to see some of that. I don't think it's in this list, unfortunately, but I really do like that domain a lot.
I agree with you. I was the moment I saw that card as an allies player, my ears perked up. I was like, "Oh, I need this. I need this in my life." I'm so happy we got it. So I
Yeah,
absolutely feel you on that.
yeah. We've seen it. I mean, we've seen it like over the past couple weeks where like someone will summon Mad Tea Party or someone will activate sorry Mad Tea Party. They'll play Mad Tea Party and then they just won't kill it. It'll stay on board the whole game. You could have swung 6 damage into it and destroyed it, but they don't. And then they end up healing like 17 over the course of the full game, where you could have just made it 6. And it's a really interesting conundrum of like, do I sink 6 damage into this domain? What if they have another one? If they have another one, then that's really bad. Or do I just let it go and potentially they get so much value over the course of the game that like I'm shooting myself in the foot? I think that the mind games that Mad Tea Party puts into play, I think are really cool.
Yeah, but it's you would think that the moment it comes out, it's like a taunt ally. You must attack Matt Tea Party, but no
Yeah,
one does. No
yeah,
one attacks Matt Tea Party. It's crazy.
yeah. It's like, when you have like a big ally on board and you're like, especially as an aggro deck, right? You see a big ally on board as an aggro deck and you sometimes think, I don't think I care about this ally. I think I can just kill you. I think I just kill you and it won't matter. But it's a lot of the time it does matter. A lot of the time you should have just killed that ally. I think the same is true for Mad Tea Party. You should have just killed the Mad Tea Party. And now that they have like Chamber of Secrets, or not Chamber of
Reflections?
Secrets, sorry, Chamber of
Uh,
Refractions.
yeah.
Yeah. In now that they have that card, it's like now we can look for specific domains, right? Every domain, specific domains that I want in play, I can just look for them. I think that's really, really cool.
Yeah, I think that is exactly why Jimmy Lay revisited the Creations World list, because even though you don't get to get your Eternal Kingdom out, you get to have everything else. You get those Hub of Innovations to draw cards. You
Mm.
get Esoteric Truth to cycle your cards that you don't want, or basically anything that you need, or like dig through your deck even more. Or you can even just sacrifice your Chamber of Reflections for the Assemble the Ancients for those bigger swords. It's it's just such a good card that can get you specifically what you want in a Creations Will deck, that I think Jimmy also saw the Chamber of Reflections and was like, I need this. I want this in my life.
Yeah, and one thing, in order to play Chamber of Reflections, you have to play the Looking Glass, right? Because it's a distorted domain. So that does open up the ability for Tony to play Inert Sword, and that, like, Inert Sword is just such a Guardian card, right? Just you pay 2 reserve to when you materialize it. That's nothing. That's not a cost. It's fake. And
It's
then
cheap.
yeah, you recollect, and then now you have a 3/2 weapon that you can just use to clear allies. You can use to just go, swing face. It's such a good card, especially if you're a guardian. That 3 damage is really, really cool, really good.
I agree with you. Like, it was Bulwark Sword was good, but you have to pay every single time you want to attack, and that's like a bit much, you know.
Yeah.
But Inert Sword, one and done payment, I'm always down for that, you know. I just have to keep up 2 cards, sure, or keep up 2 domains if you have the Eternal Kingdom down. Sure, I can pay for that. I don't mind that. Another card that I think, since domains didn't really come back until just now with Jimmy, domain how do you pronounce that? Reciprocity Dorumegia's Call. We haven't
Oh yeah.
really seen, because it came out in proxy as well. And everyone was like, "Cool, another shirtless Tony card," but they no one really read what it does, because it said domain. It was shirtless Tony, and it said domains. So it's like,
Yeah.
okay, whatever.
There is exactly one Poro that read that card and was like, "Holy yeah!" Or he probably designed that card. I don't know, but he definitely was up big with that card. But everyone else was just like, this is a Tony card. This card is not cool." But now, I mean, we get to see it now. That's pretty cool. We get to, you know, uh, you get to ignore some of the upkeep from the certain domains, right? Some of the domains have a little bit of a tricky upkeep that you have to worry about. But now with reciprocity, you can ignore those. Um,
Yeah.
cool.
So it's interesting, but now that we've swooned so much over Jamie's deck list, finally we have our pairings up. We do see what he is going to go up against, and it's going to be an interesting matchup, I think, because he is going up against Quest on a level 1 CL Wind Allies featuring the Looking Glass.
Yeah, I mean, I think Inert Sword is such a strong card. I think so many decks get so much value out of running the Looking Glass just because of Inert Sword. And then there are other things like, Sword of Shadows you can get really good value off of, like we said, Temporary Reflections. All those cards. Crux obviously, gets a something that they can send back with Ghost of Pendragon for free. So that's all really cool, but I think Inert Sword in itself is also just such a good card that, like, a lot of people are like, I can play this card that will let me get a three power sword for free, essentially. I
Yeah.
really like the list because it's playing Vanguard's Reversal, And Servant's Obligation. We looked at this list. No, Lineage Break looked at the list a little bit, or looked at sort of that combination uh, a little bit, because the ring gives you taunt if you haven't taken damage this turn, right? And if it's your turn, usually you haven't taken damage unless someone like does something during your recollection. Um, but the ring will give you essentially perpetual taunt, and then that means that Vanguard's Reversal will cost 2 instead of 5, which is really, really good. That's a lot of damage. And then we have CL's Serve Out Possessions, which will pump it up even more over the course of the game. So it can be pretty scary to pay 2 to swing for like 5, 6, 7, depending on the course of the game. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's very cool, but definitely very very scary. However, both of these decks get exponentially stronger as the game goes on. What before the game starts? Which deck do you feel is going to take this away? Because they're both big swing guardian, just hit your opponent for a million kind of decks.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think 30 HP. Usually, whenever I think about Guardian decks, the first thing that comes to my mind is 30 is a lot of life. 30 is a lot of life, but also like, CL has been known to do a lot of damage so far. Especially lists like this that use the big swings, like the heavy swings and the Vanguard's Reversal. That's a lot of damage, and you don't have to spend as much time leveling up, right? And depending on whether you see the Rile the Abyss package, you can potentially do that really easily. You can level up really easily. You get a lot of value out of that way. Or you don't see the Rile the Abyss package. It takes you forever to level up, and then you die because you didn't see all the cards that you needed to. We do have the game starting here. We have Jimmy Lee going first. You gotta bring out that looking glass first. That is the first thing you do as soon as the game starts. You do have to bring that out. That's really cool. Such a nice spirit. This is such a pretty spirit. We're doing a little bit showing off here with the
The
ancient.
Jimmy Lee moment, he always plays
Yeah,
fire decks just to show his beautiful Ithne off.
yeah. I think, yeah. I'm not too sure how to do. Speaking of, we see the immediate Rile the Abyss into discarding 2 Spectre cards. I believe they're both. I believe it's a Evercurrent Rider and an Undying Dreams. Um, just immediately. Oh, and then the Chamber of Reflections. This is almost exactly what you want to see, right? Like you have the two float in the graveyard. You're ready to level up. As soon as you level up, you have the Chamber of Reflections awake, which will then let you look for that domain with reserve cost 3 or less. This is like perfect start for Jimmy Lee here.
I was absolutely. This is the dream. This is what you want. You got your pre-game action with the Looking Glass coming out. You got your Ryle drawing 2 cards and the Chamber of Reflection. What else can you ask for? Honestly, Jimmy is just living the life. This is what we were talking about earlier. He's him. He just the deck just loves him.
He just has it, right? Like you just have it. That's how it goes. I wonder. Well, we'll see how Quest responds here if his turn 1 is just as spicy so far. We'll see. I believe this is
This is
Vanguard.
a Sablier guard.
Yes, that's the name of the card.
Oh, a cat coming by. it get the Sablier guys gets +1/+1 for each omen with different reserve costs, which can be very scary very quickly here on Quest side.
Yeah, it's interesting that we're just playing it as the 1/1 right now. But the card does get really, really scary eventually. Once you have like 3 omens, summoning a 4/4 for 3 is like really, really good. Obviously, they have to have different reserve costs, but you can specifically manipulate the omens in a way that you can make them all different reserve costs.
Yeah, I feel like the whole point of the deck is also to be able to balance those banished cards under as for omens. Those omen counter banishment cards well enough to deal the maximum amount of damage possible.
Yeah, we'll see. We see the boy, the Tony. He's out. He's about. We have the Awake Chamber Reflections. We'll see if Jimmy here goes for the uh rested to find the other domain. We do have taunt. Oh, it seems like we're doing that. We do have taunt. Tony level 1 does have taunt on enter, so we could also just see a Vanguard's reversal just coming out straight. But it looks like we're looking for our domain to put into play here. We Gloomspire Market. Yeah, that makes
Spire
sense.
coming out, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. You want to have that draw available to you. You do kind of go a little bit low into influence. Obviously, with the Ryle package, it's a little bit less. But if you're a level 3 deck, usually you do go down in influence enough to make the Gloomspire Market that you draw a card, and then on the opposite side of that, usually win decks have a lot of influence in hand, so you don't really run the risk as much of letting them draw cards.
Yeah, and you also get to, you don't really have to worry about the upkeep cost of your Gloomspire, considering you're banishing a lot of cards just to start pushing, to start getting those level 3 value cards off. The domains, the guaranteed one domain each turn. Later. Oh, no, this is the other Tonoris. What am I thinking? The whole point of this Tonoris is to create swords. To generate.
I believe Jimmy Lee just played Liminal Guide from hand. They just activated it from hand. I don't believe they put it in the grave, so it didn't come out from thing. That's interesting. Let's
Indeed.
see if they have a cremation ritual.
He doesn't play Cremation Ritual in this deck, but the one damage from Liminal Guide is just really, really good because he wants to take care of the Sablier Guard as quickly as possible, which he did. So which he achieved with the reclaimed Liminal Guide, dealing 2 damage, or dealing damage into the guard.
You'll see what Quest decides to do here. Not really on there any threat. You could just go for card draw. Or it looks like we're leveling up into CL. We have the reclaim, so we want to make omens as fast as possible. We want to make those sabliers bigger. We want to make those attacks even stronger. Uh, that makes a lot of sense. I wonder what we have here. So what do you think? What do you think what do you think the matchup looks like if both of these decks see like the perfect cards? Who do you think has a little bit of the advantage?
I do think that CL is a bit faster here, considering it doesn't need to level as much, so he can just focus on building the board and dealing damage, getting the Servant's Obligation out to be able to swing with the Vanguard's reversals and guarantee that those allies stay alive, like we saw with the Liminal Guide, being able to take out those fragile 1 life allies out early, right, easily. I think Quest is on the Quest does have the upper hand here, just because it's a level 1 deck and Tonoris doesn't have that many ways to protect himself with a more domains focused deck, unfortunately.
Yeah, all we have is the big 30 life. But that when we have a little bit less recovery, we're not playing a Serene Spirit or anything like that. So damage on this Tonoris is a little bit more permanent than it normally would be. Like we said, you're not playing Mad Tea Party, so we're healing a little bit less, or I don't think we're healing at all, really. But
It's all gas no brakes kind of deck,
yeah,
so you just go for it. You have to just start dealing the damage and hope that you get all the cards that you need. And that's like the glass cannon aspect of this deck, though with overpowering defense and with Blade of Creation, it's a lot less fragile once you get to the point of being able to get your one swing up, but surviving until then against a more aggressive deck is definitely a bit more tough in this deck because you need a lot of elements to pull your one big swing off.
yeah, totally. We level up into Tenoris 2 here. We'll see if we have a dungeon guide. What? Hmm? We're swimming with liminal guide. We pick up 3 cards again. We're about to pay for something, and I can't really see the
It
card. But
it looked like a hub of innovation there for a second, and it indeed is because he
yeah, I
did
think so.
draw a
Yeah,
card into
yeah,
memory.
that makes sense. Yeah, just putting out more domains. Having 2 domains lets you bring out reciprocity for its for its activated effect. As long as you control 2 or more domains, you can activate this card from your material deck.
Yep, but you still have to pay for it, so they are rolling to see what gets banished here. I believe that is a reduced to ash getting banished for the reciprocity.
Yeah.
And
We're
the
swing-
good thing about the reciprocity is you can attack with it once you're here on level 2, so you get the +3 attack from Tonoris's on enter ability, and you still get to use reciprocity's ability of removing 2 durability counters to negate an upkeep trigger. And once you're level 3, probably Jimmy is going to use only going to use it once he's level 3 for those automaton drones that will turn into just 3/1 swords.
Yeah, the 3/1 swords are actually really really cool. I really like the the effect of creation's will. I've never played it, but I have seen one of my locals played against me, and they're making swords left and right, and it's really really fun to see. I believe that's inert sword we have from Quest here. We're sitting at 22
Perfect.
life total for Jimmy Lee, so not anything crazy, but we'll see how much damage CL can dish out here. Thinking on what to do. do you do you like when players do the little tapping?
Yeah, it's I personally fidget a lot when I play, so I completely understand, and I do think that it looks good on camera. But the good thing I love about Tonoris and Guardians in general is that on level 2 you have as much life as most champions have on level 3. So
Oh yeah,
immediately
you
you
do.
just
Yeah,
have to get
25.
up to level 2, and he's if we were in any other matchup, you would be like, oh, he's very comfortable. You know, he's already level 3 in terms of health. He's so happy. But in this specific matchup, there's 5 more life to be gained here. You know, with the level up, your maximum can be raised even more. So this we can go for a bin. Jimmy is not panicking yet with 6 damage counters on him. Quest also having 5 is a bit he's a bit I feel like Quest is sweating a bit more with 20 20 total life total.
Yeah. So we were summon another or the same, I believe, Cephalier Guard. This time it's a 2/2.
Hmm.
We see how quickly that card can scale. I believe he sort of put 5 cards down initially and then sort of took them back. I really really thought he was gonna play another Vanguard's reversal. That would have been
Go for
icing
it.
on the cake.
The damage is more valuable than anything, especially with an inert sword down while you're swinging for 8.
Yeah, that's a lot, especially once you have the ring, right? You're swinging for 8 for 2. That's so much value.
You know, cheap swings, cheap big swings. That's what you want.
Yeah, no, totally. See if Jimmy Lee opts to level up here. I do really like the play last turn of the playing the domain so that you can activate your reciprocity to take advantage of the Tony level 2 on enter. Because a lot of the time, if you don't have a sword, you don't have anything to attack, that on enter just kind of goes just kind of doesn't really get you anything. But I do really like the play of playing the domain, which lets you activate the sword, then you get a little bit more damage.
Yeah,
Uh, CL only 20 life, so any damage at 6 is really good here. We have a
yeah. I think
Wayfinders
more
map.
than 0.
I really like this card.
I
Uh,
agree with you. That's what I
I
was going to say as well.
I really like this card. This card is it's it reminds me of Alchemist Kit. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
it's like every time you gather, you put a counter on this, and like similar to this one, like all your domains cost one less to activate. It makes your game plan as as a cleric or as a guardian, respectively. It just lets you do everything a little bit cheaper, right? You do want to summon a lot of domains. You do want to activate a lot of domains. Here as Tony, we're taking it a little bit slower. We're not really leveling up so far.
Yeah.
We're just playing our domains. I believe that was an eternal.
It's, it's yeah, it is an eternal
This is
kingdom.
this is probably the
Playing,
best domain
yeah,
in the deck. I
I
think.
feel like it's the best domain in the game if you're playing a domain
Yeah, I
domains
agree.
thing, because
I
it
agree.
just basically makes all your domains into fractals, and
Yeah,
but it just deals more damage than a fractal would. In this, like, if you get to pull off your assemble the ancients combo, this deck is scarier than than the fractals deck. Sure, use fractal sacrifice your fractals, but it's 3 damage guaranteed per fractal. Here it's a lot more. The more domains you have, the more valuable each domain is, because every each domain you sacrifice is like a million more damage. It adds up very quickly.
yeah. If you guys ever want to play fractals, but you don't like playing water, fire Tony. Give it a shot. The Eternal Kingdom makes all of your domains have reservable. They all. Ooh, I believe we have interesting. We Zephyr on. I believe I missed a target. Oh, we use a Zephyr on the Salier guard. Interesting. We
I believe
believe it's
it
to
was once again
save it.
attack with, yeah. I
Yeah,
think
yeah. Oh,
Jimmy still
here's the
didn't
ring.
lose too much from this exchange, considering that his reciprocity is still on 2 durability counters, so he can still activate reciprocity's um ability. So partly that is also, I think that is also why he attacked with it second, so that if Quest has any tricks of removing Sablier Guard from the board again, that he can still keep his durability counters and use the ability later.
Yeah, here's the ring. We have the ring we were talking about. We'll see if oh okay. Maybe not Vanguard's reversal. I'm really excited for the discounted Vanguard's reversal. I think that's the I think that's the best part about this deck. Oh,
There you go. May all
th-
your wish
there you
comes
go.
true.
Here
Come
we
true
go.
like this one.
We're here. We've done it. For 2. We pay 2, we get to swing for 8 or 9 actually because of the servile possessions. That's so much damage. Yeah, banishing the Wayfinder's map to draw a card here. We kind of have to find an out here.
Hey,
Oof.
Jimmy
It's
needs
so
the
close.
dungeon guide to go up to level 3 next turn, so he can be like, I can also deal a lot of damage in one turn, see, and
Yeah.
then game's over.
Man, we're so close. 2 damage off.
This is, in any other matchup, it would have been over already,
Yeah.
but Guardian, Guardian's just better, you know. In level 2, you
Guardian,
have 25 life.
so much life. Yeah, so much life. We're making Omen at the end phase. Uh I really it's actually so interesting how much damage uh CL pumps out. It's so much. Even a deck, I mean, a deck like Tony doesn't really, summon a bunch of allies or anything like that, or you don't really play a lot of allies. So it's not a lot. You don't have a lot of protection here, but yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of damage from just from just big attacks.
Yeah.
I think we have to level up here.
Yeah,
Really,
if
really.
he didn't draw into the creative shock, well, like creative shock, the Dungeon Guide earlier. Unfortunately, his hand is basically forced to level up. I believe that is the Creative Shock, an Evercurrent Raider, and a Hub of Innovation banished for the Tonoris Creations Will. Resting the Reciprocity to negate Internal Kingdom's upkeep cost, I believe.
Mm. Eternal Kingdom's upkeep is just paying 2 reserve, right?
Yes, yes.
Interesting.
But so the good thing about it is if you have cards in hand, you can just put them down because it's at the beginning of your recollection. So you
Right.
can just put them into reserve and then immediately get them back. But I think Jimmy wanted to make sure that he survives this turn because if Quest has anything that would if anything that would deal damage to him, it's very very scary. Or anything that takes out enough domains.
Yeah, totally.
There
Oh,
it is.
is that it?
Assemble the ancients.
Assemble the Ancients. Wow. I mean, this art is so cool. So you sacrifice any number of domains and then summon that many automaton drone tokens. Those come in with a buff counter equal to the amount of domains sacrificed this way. Uh, because of Tony Creation's will, you get to summon instead. You get to play, I guess, instead of the automaton drones, you get to make them swords, and they
Indeed.
do carry the buff counters on them. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, they.
Yes, yes. So
So
the buff counters work it a way where they add to the attack of the swords, and Creations will lets you sacrifice the swords to make the other to give their attack power to the other swords. So basically, what you do is make one 40 something sword and just go attacking with that. And if they have nothing to stop you, that then it's over. It's game over. How can you stop
oh,
50
this is
damage in one swing?
so much. This is so much damage.
Yep,
He did it. He's doing it.
that was 4 7 4 swords plus
Yeah,
the
yeah,
reciprocity.
yeah. That's game for sure.
Yeah, and reciprocity made 2 more swords. So that was what 2 3 3 swords. 2 2 3 1 swords. That's 6 plus reciprocity. That's 7. Oh, sorry, it's 1. It's 1 automaton only. So 3 plus 1 4 plus 4 times 7 28. It's a lot of damage. Over 30 damage.
So much damage. I mean, even if you were a full level 3 guardian, you would be dead.
Yep. Not much
That
can
was-
stop that. Not much can stop that.
we said at the beginning of the game that Jimmy Lee has the record for the highest swing, and looking at it now, I think it's true. It hasn't been confirmed to me. I've only just been told. I've just been told about it, but I believe it. That was so
I
much
will
damage.
believe it because Jimmy always plays Tonores and Jin and decks that just go out with one massive swing. So even if it were on Jin, I can 100% believe that Jimmy can pull off the biggest swing in Grand Archive ever.
Yeah, totally.
Would you like to look at the sideboards here real quick?
Yeah, I was just gonna say the sideboards. The sideboards here are a little spicy. I want to take a look at CL's list first because we do have the 2 Mad Tea parties. I love that card so much. CL doesn't really. I mean, sorry. Tony doesn't really summon allies, and I believe with Tenoris's effect of instead of summoning the uh
The
automaton
automaton?
tokens, you make them into swords instead. So you don't actually get the benefit of Mad Tea Party healing you a lot.
Yep.
So probably not coming in this thing. I like that card, so I wanted to mention it. I do think Manxum Armoire is a really really good card. A lot of CLs run it in the main. It's in the side right now. I think that card is probably good to come in. Having a Vanguard's reversal and using a Vanguard's reversal, making it an omen, and then bringing it back as an omen. We've seen that done as well with other cards, right? The heavy swings where you heavy swing, you make it an omen, you bring it back, you heavy swing again, and that's so much damage in 2 turns. we'll see what Jimmy has to say in his sideboard against this list.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Armor is
What do you think is coming
also.
in?
I just want to touch real quick
Yeah.
on Armor before we go into that. Is that Armor is also really good if you want to bring back something like Veiling Breeze or not sure if he plays Unrelenting Warden, because if he had something that has taunt allies, it's also really good. Asim Protector
Yeah.
is wonderful to bring back as well. Blanche is, so if Jimmy takes care of it ahead of time, it's still really good to stay safe. But on Jimmy's side, I would bring in the Varuks just for the security of not needing to worry about Wailing Breeze. I would bring in the Resolute Stand because most of the damage was through those massive swings on Jimmy's side, and then Blade of Creation and Flame Sweeps just in case. You never know. The Guardians usually have at least an Interceptor or a Taunt ally out. And if you don't know what Jimmy's deck does, you might not think about playing it because you see no allies. So if I were Jimmy, I would rather prefer to play it safe rather than risk it all on they won't play it. They won't have a taunter.
Yeah, I do really like the fact that Blade of Creation discounts itself, so that that card does end up being really good. Oh, we do see Censor immediately. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, we're playing against a Row the Abyss deck, right? Row the Abyss package. We already see the Float, the Evercurrent Rider, and the Liminal Guide in the grave. So shutting off a lot of the value that we've already accrued in the game, that makes total sense.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like the Ryle was still good for cycling those non-domain cards out of Jimmy's hand, but unfortunately, until he gets his reduced to ashes into his hand, they're they are kind of useless in the graveyard right now.
Yeah, and this might be like, this is kind of, a lot of the times Censor can be that sort of nail in the coffin for decks, especially when you have something like a 4/4 stealth ally on board, where if you if you have to lose so much influence to level and you can't actually clear the allies on the board, you really, I mean, it's pretty scary here.
Yeah. You have to balance clearing board and clearing and leveling up at the same time and building your own board. But I think that is also why Flame Sweep is such an important card in this deck, because on level 2 he can play it instead of just attacking with a sword. He can play Flame Sweep and just deal that 4 or 5 damage.
Yeah. So we're getting the Wayfinder's map here. Doesn't look like he wants to go down in influence to level up just yet. And we do want to set up domain cards, right? We want to play those domains that replace themselves. We might want to make them cost a little bit less. Uh, we'll see what we play. We don't have the chamber. Oh, never mind.
There it is. The moment you think about it, he just
Never
plays and
mind.
has it.
We have the Chamber of Reflections. I would imagine that this is going to go just like last game into a Gloomspire Mantle, especially because sensors on board. We're already low influence. We need to replace some of that influence that we lose from leveling up. And Gloomspire Mantle will let us do that much easier.
Yeah. The black market is a wonderful card in this deck, and in this matchup, I don't know how I feel about it in this specific matchup, considering that Quest is always looking to keep his influence at around 6, just keep putting out as many allies as he can each turn and just start swinging and dealing as much damage as he can, especially now that he knows for a fact that Jimmy Lee is on that one turn kill Tonoris Creations wheel deck.
Yeah, I think the problem with a card like Glooms with a Black Market is you have to you obviously, you give your opponent a card if they have 7 or less influence. So that's not fantastic, but I think you just really care about giving yourself the card more. You kind of just have to deal with the consequences of giving them a card too. And sometimes that can be really, really harmful if you're giving decks that really sort of turn their influence into flat out damage, right? A lot of decks do that, but something like an allies deck really, really does do that. So it's a give and take, but I think you have to just do it anyways, just because if you don't gain back some of that influence, you're really really in a in a bad spot.
Yeah, you're right, but I think that is also why he plays cards like Sanctum of Esoteric Truth, which lets him cycle the cards in his hand, and more specifically Hub of Innovation, because it
Yeah,
still lets him go +1 with a Chamber of Reflections. Well, it replace itself, but technically a +1 because the domains do a lot of work in this deck, especially once you have the Eternal Kingdom out. Um, so he doesn't risk letting an allies deck get out of hand on the other side.
yeah. Ooh, Rally Advance. I really like Rally Advance as a card. Similar to the second win, right? But it itself is an attack which gets a lot more value if you're CL, because then you get to make an omen, you get to bring it back. The attacks that itself gets to be increased with the server possessions. We see the Riley Advance being made an omen in the end phase here. Uh,
Yeah, there's the reduced to ash coming out, probably targeting
ooh,
that sensor of restful peace here.
yeah, almost definitely.
Quest counting, looking at the influence of Jimmy,
Does he
trying to
have?
figure out what he has or if he should let
Ooh,
the card resolve. And he did. Whoa. There's the level up
interesting.
immediately into the liminal guide with the sanctum. All these triggers on the stack immediately. That sensor was the only thing holding Jimmy back, and now he's off. Now he's running. He's got what he needed. Gets to cycle those cards. Gets to draw another card from liminal guide. He obviously, as you do, draws first from liminal guide so that if he draws a card he doesn't really want, he can immediately put it back with sanctum and cycle through his deck faster.
Yeah, I mean, this is like we're back on track, right? We This is exactly what we wanted to see. The reduced to ash coming in on the sensor. Luckily, I don't believe Quest had the Zephyr. That would have been, it still lets Jimmy Lee level this turn, but it comes back and get to you get to slow Jimmy Lee down a little bit more. We do get to, I mean, he could have even just like dungeon guided during his turn as well, just to get a little bit more health buffer here. We're already at 12. So we don't want to take even more damage than that. Uh, but it doesn't seem like they had the Zephyr, which is really good.
This is exactly what Jimmy wanted, looking from a very, very dire situation of having 12 damage counters on his 15 total life spirit is to a much more comfortable 20 total life, starting to take care of that board. There is the Hub of Innovation coming out, drawing him an additional card. Seeing what, 3 cards this turn with the Liminal Guide and the Sanctum. So he's getting starting to stabilize. I think the biggest issue here is Quest having that 3/3 Shimmer Cloak Assassin on board, because right now Jimmy doesn't really have a way to take care of it unless he can level up and have a flame sweep.
Yeah. I mean, level up into Flame Sweep would just be like like we said, perfect the perfect cards. We've seen Jimmy Lee play a lot of the cards that he wants, right? The reduce to ash, the uh playing the Sanctum of Esoteric Truth, Liminal Guide, obviously. We'll see if he has the Flame Sweep as well. That would be that would be, they always have it, which is
Yeah, oh, there's
another
another
Sanctum.
Sanctum. And also, this is what we were talking about as well earlier, that the Glom Spire, especially considering how low his health is right now, it's a much better option to take the Hub of Innovation instead. And sure, you slow down the speed you gain your cards at, and you don't get to control it as much, and it's only one time.
Mhm.
But you don't give your opponent a card. And Quest's influence is 5 currently, so there's not he's ooh, that is exactly the Everclear Raider is what you want to see gone there.
Yeah.
Jimmy's on a roll right now.
Yeah, we see the dungeon guide as well to two. I don't believe we can use the on enter effect on anything though. We could bring out reciprocity right now because we do have enough domains to do it.
Yeah, but Jimmy is also so what happened right now with him having 3 cards in memory, what he was able to do with the dungeon guide, after the level up, he could put the cards in his memory back to his deck and then draw the cards. So he's
Yeah.
basically just having an extra turn, right? He leveled up. Now he gets to just go through his deck, draw more cards. It's it's very, very scary, right? We haven't seen this happen, like the extra turns, spells and cards in the deck. There was one once a long time ago, but now everyone can experience why we don't have reckless conversion anymore. You can see the power of being able to recycle your memory and get it back into your hand in a way, and just have another turn after leveling up, or have another turn after playing multiple cards.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of see it a little bit with Crux, right? They'll dungeon guide and then have just enough influence to play a Ghost of Pendragon, drawing 2 more cards. Maybe they have another weapon. They play another Ghost of Pendragon, especially if they have the Looking Glass, right? You play a Ghost of Pendragon, you draw 2 cards, you do another one, you return the sword, you draw 2 more cards. You kind of take an additional turn just with playing, and then you also have a 3/4 ally or 2 3/4 allies on board that can clear allies or swing face.
Yeah,
See
yeah.
Jimmy Lee sort of parading as a Crux right now.
He's getting all of the value. So Quest was looking so comfortable here just a second ago. 12 damage counters on a 15 life spirit, Jimmy barely having any influence and barely being able to do anything. And now he's back. Now he's on 25 total life. He leveled up twice this turn, so he went to look at first 3 cards with Liminal Guide and then Sanctum, and then another 2, 4, 5 cards using the Wayfinder's map. So he used Sanctum's first Sanctum trigger resolved. He cycled 2 cards. Then before the second one resolved, he banished his Wayfinder's map to draw a card and see if his next card is going to be good or something that he doesn't really care about. So he can put it back and cycle through his deck even more. And then now he has another liminal guide in his graveyard. He managed to get the Ryle off. The sensor is gone, so he's not worried about it. He's very comfortable now. He's back in the game.
Yeah, I mean we're like one domain away from doing the same thing we did last turn of assembling the ancients, making all those swords, sacrificing all of them to just swing really really big here. Speaking of big swings, we have a heavy swing from oh, it looks like they're just
I think
uh,
that was it. I think
yeah,
Quest may have seen what Jimmy did
yeah, I think they
and
kind of
how
saw
he came
the
back
writing
from
on the wall.
nothing. Yeah. It's hard to tell on webcam exactly what happens, but or did he have enough
Oh,
damage? Oh, he had enough damage. Yeah, yeah, because Inert Sword came out plus
ooh,
the he had the Shimmer Cloak on board. Yeah, yeah, and the heavy swing. That was enough damage,
man,
even with Jimmy's double level up. But that was still an
so
insane
much.
comeback from Jimmy. Yeah, Quest can. Both of these decks are Guardians, and I think we kind of sometimes overlook how Guardians are, even if they're not Jimmy's specific build, they can deal a lot of damage out of nowhere. Heavy Swing is a 4 cost, 6 attack card that just a 6 power card that just goes crazy if you have something like Inner Sword down, which you don't need to pay extra for once you materialize it. So it's really, really comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, Guardian known for really, really big swings, right? Heavy swing, Savage Smash. Previously, rest in peace, my baby, Icebound Slam. Um, but I mean, especially with serve possessions that lets you increase the damage that you get every single time you attack. It's so much. 6 damage for the heavy swing, 3 damage for the inert sword. 1 damage for the Zervat possessions. That's already 10, right? And then you also have the Shimmer Cloak Assassin on board. There's so much damage coming in 1 turn for 4 cards.
Yeah.
Jimmy Lee was able to get so much value too with the reducing the sensor, all of the liminal guides, the float turned back on. We get to level twice in a turn, cycle like 4 cards deep, uh, put out some domains, and it just it doesn't matter because Quest just has enough damage to make it all for naught.
Yeah. It's but considering that Jimmy went from 2 damage needed to a heavy swing, inert sword, and shimmer cloak all being needed to you know win the game. It was quite a wild turn still. Like even if it didn't win because Quest, I feel like Quest had the only single card that would win the game like that on the spot, even after everything that Jimmy did. And you know, you have to force them to have it, and that's what Jimmy did. And Quest did have it. CL did win this game, and now we're on to game 3.
Yeah, I mean, even like we said earlier, right? Sensor, a lot of the time, sensor is enough to slow the level 3 decks just enough to where your, sort of lower the ground aggro decks can get there before you get to level 3, right? We saw Jimmy Lee not being able to level on their first turn, even though they had the flow and the liminal guide because of sensor, and they opted to not level up to instead wait until they could reduce to Ash the sensor just to get all the, and it ended up costing Jimmy Lee the game.
Yeah, it was, but it was also the perfect timing. Otherwise, I don't think he could have done what he did with all the domains, all those cards played in the turn, and he would have definitely been down on influence, on value, on the ability to get to that level 3 big turn that he wants if he didn't wait. Obviously, unfortunately, you're right, that a bit too slow, but it definitely wasn't. It wasn't too slow in a way of if he did it earlier, he would have lost so much value off of the liminal guide and losing a card to level up. Then it's I feel like in the long term, even though Quest had the heavy swing and took the game away, Jimmy Lee played that very well and went, was patient enough and was just the right amount of patience with that reduced to Ash.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I think you should play in the way that will guarantee you the best win, or the best sort of you know path moving forward. And like I think Jimmy Lee totally did that, right? Leveling up, using your influence, not getting the liminal guide trigger, and not being able to use your float really really does hinder you. So taking the turn off, a lot of time you can do that, right? Uh you can just slow down a little bit and get the value later on in the game, but it doesn't always happen. And Quest had it, right, which is unfortunate, but that's how it goes, right? Either sometimes they have it, sometimes they don't have it. He would have either gotten punished or he would have never been punished.
Yeah. You have to force them to have it, and I
Yeah.
feel like that's what people are sometimes forget is that, especially at the locals event, this is just you're learning the game. You have to see how much risk you can take, and being always too cautious can be a very very bad thing because then you're just hindering yourself and not getting able to not getting your not forwarding not advancing your game plan enough.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that like we said, the best players know when to make someone have it and when to not. And I think that's what sort of separates the better players against the newer players. Like you have to force them to have it, or sometimes you're like, I don't think I should do that right now. I think I should wait a little bit.
Yeah, weighing your options and taking risks and risk assessment is a very important but very overlooked part of card games, I think. Especially Grand Archive with your memory and needing to balance what you put down, what you banish, what you materialize. There's so many aspects to it. Then it's hard to see the whole picture and know when to take risk and just go for it sometimes.
Yeah, totally. Okay, is it? Yeah, I was gonna say we saw him put 2 cards down, and then he picked them back up, and when he put them 2 cards down, I was like, "Ooh, is this a heavy swing?" We're already at 10 damage. Don't believe we can pump out any more, but we do make heavy swing and omen during our end phase. I mean, this is exactly when cards like Maxim Armor would be really good, right? We're already at 10 damage. We have a heavy swing. If we want to, we can just grab the heavy swing back, swing for 6 once again. Especially, if we if we get an inert sword the turn before we do that, that's a lot of damage in one turn.
Yeah, get the 9 from the inert sword.
Yeah.
It's pretty good, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, and the extra one from the Serene possessions would just be lethal if you don't level up here as Jimmy.
Yeah, it's a very scary spot to be in, knowing that Armoire exists. Unfortunately, I don't think right now Quest has a way to get both of them, as
Yeah.
he doesn't play the Siege. But if he did, that would, one, be a very crazy turbo deck. Two, it would be very, very scary for Jimmy.
Yeah, if we're playing if we were playing like Ignis Deuce and we could like level up during our opponent's turn and then our materialization is like inert sword or something like that, that would be really cool.
Yeah, that's the way to go. But that's for fire. That's for level 1 fire decks. We're here with our good old reliable wind. We haven't seen it enough this season because Ryle is just so fun. Everybody loves drawing cards. Ryle lets you draw 4 cards at least. Usually, if you have those two specters in hand, you do get to draw at least 3, and then usually you have the liminal guy to level up, so 4 cards per Ryle, which is very fun. Who doesn't love drawing cards?
Yeah, I mean that's like the best part about about Grand Archive, right? Drawing
Yep.
the fact that you use your hand as cost is the best is what I think drew me to Grand Archive initially, because I just think that's such a neat concept. And like we said, drawing cards just it does turn out into damage, turns into value. It's the way forward.
Yeah, the more cards you draw, the more cards you can play, and that's just a good feeling. It's just, why wouldn't you want to draw more cards, and why wouldn't you want to play more cards?
Yeah, we'll see. We have 2 float in the grave. We could get a sensor and turn them off, or we could just try to go for the kill. We already
Just
have 10 damage on uh Jimmy. We're doing the math. We're doing the little tapping, right? The the
thinking
tapping.
hard.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Doing the tapping. This is 5, 6. I love when players do that. The little tapping on the mat just to count how much. Oh, this is not a. This is a
And
bit of a scary. This
inner
is a bit
sword.
of a scary.
Woohoo.
If we have another heavy swing, I mean that's just game, right? It's 9 with the sword plus 1 for the servile possessions.
Yeah, that would be exactly enough. That would be a very spooky, to say the least, turn. Already, Jimmy is in a very scary situation, I feel like. But with just everything, funny that everything on the board means an inert sword is on the board and CL is a guardian. And that is scary enough where Jimmy could very well lose this turn.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of math that needs to be done, a lot of pointing, a lot of. Oh, there
Oh, we're
is.
doing actual
Yeah,
calculation.
it's
This
coming
is
out.
this is so scary. If I was sitting across from this person and they pull out a notebook to do actual math on their little notebook, I'm like, oh man, I might die here. I might be dead.
Yeah, it is. It is not what you want to see. However, if Jimmy has a reduced to Ash, it's a different
Yeah.
situation. He could, he can be like, yeah, do your math. You're not getting me. It reduces to Ash. It's hard to tell what cards Jimmy has in hand and what he has in memory, but he did activate Gloamspire, so and I see nothing on his playmat, so he could very
Yeah.
well have all of his cards in memory, in which case it doesn't matter if he has a reduce to ash or not.
Yeah, I think all the cards might be in memory. Is that 4? Is that Oh, okay, okay. So
Ooh.
doesn't look like
The
we have the
Sablier
heavy swing, but we do
guard.
have the Sablier guard.
It's coming out. Currently, it is a 2-2 once again. So that is 5 damage on board currently. Pretty scary, to say the least.
Yeah, we're pretty close.
Two
Imagine we
down.
can do. Oh, whoa! Oh
Oh,
my!
all right. Rallied advance for 4. Waking
This
up
is
the guard.
this is
Give.
5. Rally events are 5 because of the servo possessions.
Oh yeah, you're right. It is
Waking
5,
up
and
Sablier guard.
but that is still not enough. That is 19.
That's only 2 more.
Jimmy lives to
One.
see another
Oh,
day.
1 damage off. This is, and then we get to make the omen at the end phase.
Yep, that is
Oh,
that Sablier guard is also a 3-3 now. But woof,
by the
Jimmy's
skin
forced
of
to
our
level up.
teeth.
Yep.
By the skin of our teeth, we get to live another day. Please, Jimmy Lee, have the dungeon guide.
He needs to have it. If he doesn't have it, it's
Yeah,
tough. It's tough.
we will
But
get
he
to
does have
cycle
ways
2
to
cards.
tough. Yeah, to look for it. To dig through the deck.
Yeah, we
So
do have the Tenor. Man, that Tenoris card is so cool. Tenoris
it
art.
seems that oh no, he only has 1 sanctum this time. That was last game when he had the 2 sanctums. I was gonna be like, seems that he's happy with the cards he has. There it is. The Eternal Kingdom coming out, making those all 3 of those domains reservable, which means he does have an virtual influence of 6, I believe, with the 3 domains.
Yeah, we'll see if we dungeon guide as well here. We did rest all 3. Yeah.
Dungeon Guide. Alright, so in theory, this turn, because he does have the Sanctum of Esoteric Truth out, he
Yeah.
could go for an Assemble the Ancients. No? Yes, he could absolutely go for
Yes.
an Assemble the Ancients because he will have 2 cards in memory after the Dungeon Guide. There's an other Eternal Kingdom and a Hasty Messenger to banish.
Yep.
Trying to find his level 3 Tenoris. No,
Can
no.
we do 20 damage with Assemble the Kingdom? That's one in from the dungeon guide.
Yeah. Without a single thought, he's just
Oh,
putting them all down. All
we
right.
have
So
okay.
3, 6, 1 swords coming out here, which is 18 damage plus
The
3
sword.
from the
Oh,
from
he
the
has
inner
enough.
sword. Yep,
Oh,
that is enough. The 3 from the inner sword does it. The dungeon guide going for the
no
guaranteed one extra.
way.
Oh no, wait. But the dungeon guide is the one that makes it enough because that is no, 21. Math is very, very hard.
Yeah.
6 times 3 is 18 plus 3, that's 21. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's overkill.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, he leveled up to level 2 this
Yeah.
turn. So that's even more.
Man, this Assemble the
24
Ancients
damage.
card is so scary. So
Yep.
similar to game 1. I mean,
Yeah,
it like Quest had taken essentially 0 damage both game 1 and game 3, and then with on top of the Sanctum triggers, getting to cycle those 2 cards, drawing the new ones, playing the Assemble the Ancients in just enough domains to sacrifice them and pump up the attack. Just so much damage all at once.
that's the power of this deck, I think. It's so beautiful to see it away because it doesn't feel like Jin because there is no real build up, right? With Jin, you see them taking the damage, you see that Berserker's play come out, them raising their life total so they can safely keep taking damage. But here you see 3 domains, 1 inert sword, and you're like, all right, what's it gonna be? And then out of nowhere, 21 damage if they didn't level up that turn to if they didn't double level up that turn, 24 when they did. And all they need is 3 domains. That's not a lot. That's really not a lot.
Yeah, and you just kind of see the you see how comfortable Jimmy Lee is on this deck, right? He's known for playing this deck, and so you know, paying paying for the Eternal Kingdom, knowing that the Eternal Kingdom would let him rest all 3 domains to pay for a dungeon guide, and then that would trigger the Sanctum, which would let him filter 2 more cards and leave him with just enough cards to play the Assemble the Ancients. Like, I mean, that math is something that comes from experience, right? Somebody who's new to the deck would more than likely not know that like specific line that would let you kill them.
Yeah, you have to I feel like Sanctum specifically is a card that you have to think so ahead of, because you're like, all right, what am I what I if I have this many cards in my memory, I can do this and then get back and then basically have an extra turn and then just do a math. And you're right that Jimmy has been playing this for almost 2 years now, a year and a half since ALC came out. He premiered the deck back then, and I feel like he kept it in his back pocket. Obviously, there were times when domains were in a really rough spot, and these one-turn kill decks were not the best, not the most fun to play. So he went for Jin, which still is a one-turn kill, but is a bit different in its playstyle. So he's a math nerd, I feel like, because every deck he plays, you need to think so much and do so much math.
Yeah.
Jimmy.
How many domains do I have? How much damage have I taken? What if I double my damage right now? How can I swing for lethal? Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And I'm
Definitely these decks
so glad.
can be kind of hard.
I'm so glad that this very mathy, very goofy on the surface deck won. It's a 2-0 now. Jimmy needs 2 more wins to take home a box of DTR and 1 more win to get still a lot of cool prizes of event packs and such. Um, but yeah, I think we should go on a really quick break because this game was pretty long. We need to drink some water, refresh, and we will be back with you in about 7 minutes for round 3 of today's DTR Yeti Online Locals.
Hello and welcome back to the Yeti's Weekly. I'm PerfectKalcium here with LBJoyBoy, and we're looking forward to round three. How are you doing today, Joyboy?
I am doing fantastic. I'm so excited. I was really looking forward to this weekly in particular because of uh the QSG Cup and the Win a Case event, because this is like sort of the first time you get to see the influence of those two events in this event, right? So
Yeah, absolutely.
we saw a lot of Tristan today, right? We see a lot of Tristan today, almost almost definitely because of the Win a Case and the QSG Cup, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The effect that these larger events have on the meta, and especially for something you and I were talking about in the break. Neither of us are really huge deck builders. We're like you said, we're waiting for the cooks in the kitchen, and then we're just gonna eat up those tasty, wonderful decks. uh,
Exactly.
and seeing just sort of those decks come out, but then also people season to taste, right? They want to change to things that they're a little more comfortable with, or they think they see an opening, they see a gap in the meta, and they're trying to take advantage of that.
Yeah, no, totally. I'm so interested in how the meta will develop after Ascent Boston. Like that's like the one where like people are going to be like, okay, we know what the meta look kind of looks like now. Obviously, we have the home run cards. We have the cards that like we know the Row of the Abyss. We know the
Mhm.
liminal guides. We know the Spectre package. We know the suited. I'm trying to see some spicy stuff. I want to see some cool stuff. If anyone playing Nico in at Boston, you have my heart. I don't know how good you'll do, but my heart is with you.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I'd be very interested in a Nico list. Nico coming back. Yeah, and Boston, of course, is where everyone's going to, I guess, for lack of a better term, playtime's over, right? We're gonna
Yeah,
play big. No more secrets. No more toys. We're just going to, go for it. And yeah, if there is some super spicy tech, we'll definitely see it there.
yeah. I want to see how good. I want to see if any water deck does really well. We've seen a lot of fire, a lot of wind so far. We have not seen that many water decks overall. We've seen some water allies lists here and there. The level one water Diana stuff like that. I'm
Yeah.
interested to see how much people will dip into water, especially if we see like if we have some of the lists that we have from the TTR Win a Case and the uh, QSG Cup.
Mhm.
If people think like, oh, I mean, I could play water into this meta like pretty well, actually. See, interested to see how that works.
Yeah, I think there's definitely. Let's see if we can see some new cards that we would be interested in water. So yeah, I mean, of course, we've been seeing Water Diana with Weaving Mana Stream. We've seen Water CL allies with the Aquifer Sentinel.
Mm.
But also, I mean, it's not this set. Obviously, we're seeing the Evercurrent Raider, but there's a very, very promising set of chessmen cards that just tempt me in water, right? They're just saying, you know what? All you got to do is wait. You can go back to water unique allies.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, Snow Queen is
Oh,
so strong.
Snow
I
Queen
think
is crazy.
Snow White is so strong. I I was playing against a local, and they went Snow Queen. I couldn't level. Come to my like go. I play my turn. I go to their turn. They go freezing hail. I don't wake up
Yes.
again. I'm like, no, dude, please let me out. Don't punish me like this. And then they play, another. I finally get rid of the first Snow Queen. I'm finally level
Oh,
one. And then they
the
play
first.
another one. And then they freezing healed me again.
Oh,
And I
it's
was
the
like,
dream.
this is surely not allowed. This is like not cool.
That's so good. And then, of course, you imagine like a Halcline Scout coming in and just being like,
Yeah.
you know what? You haven't had enough punishment yet. I'm just going to try to close the game right here.
Man, I mean, I suffered that day for sure. That was that was a terrible sequence of events for me.
Oh man, I've had one of my locals is just a few days he's been going. I think he might be watching the stream. But he has been talking to me. He's like, you know what? We just got to find a way. Snow White with the new win card for expeditious opening. and just say, hey, you know what? I'm gonna be, water Vanitas, I'm gonna bring it in, and
Yeah.
then you're gonna suffer. And I was like, so how do you win? And he's like, oh well, you just hate the game. Like that's there's no win condition. You just kind of leave
Yeah,
once you've
you know,
seen this. You go, that's too good.
you don't actually win the game. You win on a much more important battlefield, which is the
The
mental.
primal
Yeah, yeah.
mental level, yeah.
You get to inflict mental damage on your opponent, and that's really the win that they want.
It's that non-combat damage. You definitely don't want to take. I don't have the safeguard amulet on me. I can't stop it when it comes out. I think the other
Yeah.
thing that's sort of really tempting me in water is these frogs. These really big-bodied frogs. They're just protecting your board. Free floating memory. The little frog scout, the footman, is pretty interesting.
I love the frogs. I love the frogs so much. I have a frog playmat that I play with, and like as soon as we saw the spoiler cards, and I saw like Throne Keeper Bullfrog, I was like,
Oh
let's go more.
man,
It's a taunt. It's a 3 cost generic taunt, generic float frog. I was eating it
yeah.
up that day. I was talking to everyone. Nobody in my local wanted to hear me talk. I was not letting them live it down. Even like as soon as we had all the lists, I added all of the frogs into Genbu and see how that
Mhm.
played. I played
Oh,
the I played Purling Footman, I played Froglet Footman, I played Thronekeeper Bullfrog, the
yeah.
Languin Toad, I
The
believe.
toad troll. Hey, I can't say
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Toad troll. That's
Uh,
what it is. Yeah.
yeah, I put all the frogs in there, and I was just like, I want to see how this is. This is frogs dot deck, and I'm hoping that in PTR, please, devs,
Ooh.
if you're listening, give me some more water frogs, please. I get you can give wind and fire some frogs, I guess, whatever, man. I don't play this.
Oh,
I
okay.
want
Yeah.
I
See,
want
look,
water.
you've had your frogs. You have really really good
Yeah, I mean,
frogs.
fair
Let's
enough,
just
fair
give
enough.
with yeah.
Fair enough, fair enough. But I won't complain. I won't complain if you give me more. Is what I'm saying. That's all I'm
Oh,
saying.
absolutely. I think some of these new subtypes are super fascinating. Just the kind of thing that in the future, if they open it up, uh, a total frog deck would just be really fun to see. I think one of my favorite ones, or one of my favorite things that I'm also seeing, is just a further extension to birds.
Yeah,
I'm always sort of soft chankering with a, wind Allen deck somewhere. I don't think it's great, but just being able to say, here's a whole bunch of birds, and with the new quadrile griffin, just saying, all these things that make birds. Guess what? This bird's gonna get even bigger. So a
yeah,
lot
no,
of
totally.
these subtype archetype decks, I think, are fascinating when they show us.
Yeah, I'm interested in like one of the things that like has been happening over the course of the past couple of sets is like the typing of cards has been getting longer and longer and longer, and
Yes.
it's been making some really interesting like cards like Shao Kao, right?
Oh yes.
Animal, human, tamer, cat, or like
Yeah. Yeah.
assassin, tamer, human, animal,
Assassin Tamer
cat,
Cat. Yeah.
and they have so many types, and like when you're playing Sylvie level 1. And it comes in with a buff counter, and and your opponent's like, "Wait, what?" And you're like, "Yeah, man, it's an animal. It's a human animal. It gets a buff counter from Sylvie level 1." Like stuff like that, I think is really really cool in
Yeah.
general, right? Like Froglet Footman is an animal human, and so it gets the benefit from uh Seaside Ringleader, right? Which I think is really cool.
Yeah.
We do have some
Absolutely.
deck lists though. We'll take a look at them right now. We have
All right.
Water Huaji Lorraine, so we have a allies package like we were just talking about. Uh and then we have a Fire Spectre Suzaku. This Fire Spectre Suzaku deck super super highly represented uh in both the events. Really, they had a pretty good mix of both of that deck in both the events, so super super represented. How do you feel about these deck lists?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look. We'll take a look at the Suzaku, Goja first. This one's interesting immediately to me. I see that Goja is actually going to level 3. So I'm gonna keep going down the list. Let's take a look. We also have the Grand Equil, I believe it is pronounced. I'm hoping.
Oh,
And
Grand
it runs
Egui.
Excalibur. This is I every card I'm reading, I'm so interested. uh, it looks
We'll
like
see.
we're going directly into gameplay here with the Water Lorraine starting first. Take a look at Water Lorraine. It is running Huaji of Heaven's Rise, of course, with the package with Sunsei.
Mhm.
So a bit of what we were talking about there with the water allies, and
Yeah, the
looks
Halaclan Scouts and the
yeah,
Gildas, all those cards.
yeah. Shangqing Fierce Princess coming out. Uh, I didn't see, but I assume it was imbued, which would prevent 2 damage from any non-norm element. So it makes it pretty hard to kill, especially when a lot of these fire decks are 95% just fire damage. So let's
Yeah,
take
no,
a
totally. I
look.
mean, this is interesting because we have both sort of low to the ground aggro decks, but one of them we know for being really really quick, and the other one a little bit slower. So we'll see how that pans out for both of these decks here.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's let's take a look. So we do see Sadi Blood Harvester in the water deck, which yes, there it is. Korhazi Trappers. So being able to blunt the attack damage of the Suzaku deck is actually going to be really really important if we can keep those prep counters up and those trappers awake. Creative Shock going down, and we're gonna pitch an Undying Dream, so get that floating memory in there. It's possible, of course, that Guoja is going to level 3 just for the quest counters. And of course, you can lineage release the level 2 to prevent, any sneaky targeting. Uh, Backup Charger is coming out for Bonnie Round. We're going to get that
Yeah,
power cell as well as the card of memory.
I don't believe we have a Snow White, so we're not doing any of the Snow White you can't level up kind of stuff. But
We're not
I
living the
do
dream.
I do want to talk about I really really like the interaction between Sadi and Korhazi Trapper, right? Like Sadi can, it's a 2/2 ally can help you clear allies, can help you swing face, but also, bringing Sadi back can also empower or give you the preparation counter to do the Korhazi Trapper effect of giving a unit attack -3. I think that whole interaction is really really smart, and it's so good that people are now playing those cards outside of like assassin decks, which is where you usually see cards like Sadi, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The level up to Guojia, so the material deck did have to be presented, and I wonder if Bonnie Ren is feeling the same way when he sees that level 3. Uh, so we're gonna get a quest counter here, and that's because the Fabled Ruby Fatestone is going to deal 1 non-attack damage to each champion at the Recollection there. Uh, or non-combat damage, sorry. And one thing that we did miss, there looks to be an Academy guide, I believe, on the Lorraine side, on the Water Lorraine. So that'll allow a much easier level up into Lorraine if we get back to, or when we get back. Sorry, I don't think Suzaku's that fast. We get back to Lorraine's turn.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm interested in this Goja list, so lovingly named Kentucky Fried Goja or Kentucky Fried Suzaku because
Yeah.
of cards like, the Peppered Chef. So
Yes.
you kill your Suzaku with the Peppered Chef, you buff the Peppered Chef, then you bring back Suzaku. Can I just say, whoever came up with that name, amazing. But just that interaction itself gets you so much value. Even playing cards like Three of Hearts, which will replace themselves with the cardistry effect, right? uh Even after after you've already swung with that card, even feeding that card to Peppered Chef is so good.
Yeah, absolutely. And Three of Hearts being the only cardistry card in this deck list, but still very, very strong. Being able to draw in the discard, you're going to filter, you're going to fill your graveyard with a whole bunch of fire to ensure that your Suzaku actually gets to live. And they themselves are 2/3s. For 3 costs, that's on curve, which is really good, not only for a suited card, but in fire. So, yeah, both swinging in for 4 damage total. And we're going. Oh, okay. Looks like they were going after the Academy Guide. We're going to rescue the air, which allows us to pull that Academy Guide back to our memory.
Interesting. I've never seen this card before in my life.
I
So
think
cool.
it's a card. I think it's a card we really only see in Water Unique Allies. So, yeah. Previously, we sort of preferred cards like uh
Escape the
I
Wreckage.
can't think of the name. Yeah, Escape the Wreckage. I was like, it's like Wreckage in its name. Yeah, Escape the Wreckage. In order to get our cards back when we're not wind. But Rescue the Air works really, really well, of course, when there's so many unique allies. You ever see a Gildas in
Oof.
balance? Yeah, okay. As well as that Shangjiang Fierce Princess going in.
Yeah,
So
this
that's
is
gonna be
interesting
quite a
because
bit of damage.
we have 10 damage counters on Goja already, and then but we are sitting at Spirit, and I don't believe we have enough quest counters to actually flip over Suzaku. So this is kind of a race to see who can get there quicker, and seems like Lorraine is kind of winning this race so far.
Yeah, we're gonna get one more quest counter there. Now, let's not count it out, right? Suzaku decks can build quite a lot of quest counters really quite quickly. And Suzaku itself only needs 7. So we're not, in the big scheme of things, we're not too far off. Our big trouble is really just our health.
Yeah.
At 11 damage counters, it's not unbelievable that Gildas is going to become balanced again next turn and causes quite a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, Gildas is kind of one of these staple cards for these ally decks, right? They can do like balancing Gildas can get you so much value over the course of the turn. It can kill cards like Frostborn Paladin, right? That get over that 4 life threshold that a lot of the really
Yeah.
uh good allies that can stick on board have. Well, it seems like we're giving stealth. We're using banishing the smoke bombs to give Gildas stealth so that she can stick around. Also drawing a
Yeah.
card off of it. That's really good.
Yeah. Also, just letting one attack in, and then second one, we're gonna go stealth. Vermilion Decree coming out. So looks like 3 to Spirit and 2 to Gildas to finish it off. So there was a backup plan, luckily, and that is going to actually grant 2 quest counters to Suzaku.
Yeah, I
So
mean
I believe
we're
that's
getting real
4
close so
then.
far.
Yeah. So back to Lorraine's turn. We'll see whether or not they want to level up. Yes, we're going to see Lorraine with the on enter to materialize a. Well, actually, I was about to say sword. It's actually weapon because Hua Ji is actually a pole arm. So, Frostborn Paladin being banished for that. So, Hua Ji of Heaven's Rise, a pretty popular card in any Lorraine ally deck, especially in the last meta. We saw a lot of wind allies with this. And the biggest thing here is that it does allow any any warrior unique ally to swing with it. And that would include, for example, Sensei, but here, Shangjiang Fierce Princess is a warrior as well.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, we do see this card oftentimes in combination with Sansei, so that it gives it a durability counter, and then also gives it +1, right? So that all of the allies that are swinging with Huaji get to deal that extra bit of damage. Lorraine herself can do that extra bit of damage. Really, really strong combination of cards.
Yeah, it looks like we're pushing a little bit more of damage. We're going to use the Hua Ji there. And we do have a Korhazi Trapper, so that gives us a prep counter as well as being able to blunt a single unit's attacks by -3. So
Yeah, I mean,
pretty good, especially if we get that Sadie online.
yeah, yeah. That's like we said mentioned earlier. That combination of Sadie plus Korhasi Trapper is really, really, it's really hard to get rid of, right? Because Sadie bounces herself back and then gives us buff counter, and then when you would try to kill the Korhasi, you can rest it to, uh, sorry, prep counter. You can rest it and remove a prep counter to give it -3. So the ally really gets to stick on board a lot, especially if you have that engine of Sadie, which can also, Sadie can also clear allies that are trying to kill your Korhasi Trapper, and also like, your Xinjiang, or the damage that would come to your face as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we're gonna level up here to Guoja 2, and then we'll decide whether or not we want the quest counters or the draw. Looks like we're going for the draw.
Yeah, I believe it chose the draw. Let's see how much. We can't really tell how many quest counters we have so far, but I would imagine if we're not taking the quest counters, we are very, very close to flipping over that
Yeah.
Suzaku.
Yeah, I believe we're at 4. Suzaku would make it 5 on the recollection ping. Looks like we're moving to recollection here. Oh, a Ryle. Ryle the Abyss.
Yeah, a lot of these Goja lists have opted to play Row the Abyss as well, because it's such a good package, right? You get to do so much with Row the Abyss. You get to filter so much, and like, if they're not gonna play if they're not gonna play censor on you, then like, why not, right? It's so beneficial. It's so beneficial to do that, that you're allowed to.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the cards we saw go into the graveyard was the Vengeful Paramour, who can ephemerate for more non-combat damage, actually, when it comes back on the field. Here we see a Searing Truth. That's going to give us 2 more counters. Yep, it went through. So I believe that should be... Is that enough counters? I can't... I believe it
Yeah,
is. I think that's 7 counters, yeah.
Yeah, if we were at 4A, we just got 7 really, really quickly. That's why we drew the card instead of the getting the quest counters. We have just enough, we have more than enough cards to uh use the Suzaku banish if we do get that sort of peppered chef combo where we flip up a Suzaku, swing with Suzaku, uh use Suzaku to feed peppered chef, and then bring her back.
Yeah, and having 2 3 of hearts on board is actually quite devastating as well. Presenting 4 damage, and we only have 1 trapper with the 1 uh, prep counter. So let's take a look. Chunibiu looking for 12 damage if possible this turn.
Yeah, and then one of the important things too is that, if you activate the Trapper's effect targeting Suzaku, once Suzaku dies and comes back, that is a new Suzaku.
Yes.
Uh, so it does get to swing for 4 once again. Oh, Heated
Yeah, Heated
Vengeance.
Vengeance. So we went ahead and used the trapper on the Heated Vengeance. So Heated Vengeance, well, swinging for 5 because of the Ruby Fatestone, pinging both players for 1. So we did take 1 damage this turn.
Oh,
And
yeah, get
yeah,
peppered.
there it is. And yep, we're gonna point to our Suzaku. We're gonna banish 3 fire cards to bring it back. And yeah, okay, we
Yeah,
move on to game 2.
going to the
There it
next game.
is.
I mean, yeah, that's the combo that we were just talking about, right? That's how strong it is.
Mhm.
You flip Suzaku, swing with Suzaku, feed Suzaku to the peppered chef. It swings for 4. Bring back Suzaku, swing for another 4. That's 12 damage in 1 turn. Obviously you have to have enough counters to flip Suzaku, but like, that's what the whole deck does, right? The whole deck builds you into that Suzaku turn. Super, super fast, super, super strong. And yeah, I mean, he got peppered. What really?
Yeah, you got served Suzaku. Let's take a look at some of these sideboards and what could come in. I think on the Lorraine side, I think we're certainly going to see those Blanches come in, do some help
Yeah.
for us. It's possible we also see that Song of Frost and an extra Frostborn Paladin come in just to try and protect against things like Heated Vengeance or even Suzaku itself. especially if you're thinking that they might, play Suzaku's Command. That Song of Frost will really help you out because there's nothing else where you can really do against that if Suzaku's Command is played.
Yeah, Suzaku's command is unpreventable and unblockable. So the only thing you can really do about it is either give it minus power, right, with that Korhazi Trapper, or completely end the combat phase with Song of Frost, right?
Yeah. Taking a look at Suzaku's sideboard, what do you think is going to come in?
I mean, I think one of the things probably Crystallized Destiny is a good is a good card to bring in, right? You want to avoid those big swings. Blazing Bowman is kind of okay, Flame Wreath Call if you want to get rid of some allies. I don't, I think a lot of these cards are kind of okay, but they're not like sort of fantastic additions against this deck. I don't think this deck is really struggling against the water decks as much, but you can bring out some stuff that makes it a little bit easier, like that Crystallized Destiny or the Flame Reach Call.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's likely that we don't see very much sideboard on the Suzaku side.
Right. We
All
could see
right.
the Reduce to Ash. So
Mm,
for the Null Lantern, which we do see in the Lorraine list, but you know, uh, taking time to bring out Null Lantern is
yes.
probably it's one of those things where like can you do like should you do it probably like can you afford to probably not. The deck is really really quick and like spending a materialization to stop like Suzaku from coming back, it a lot of times it just might not matter, right? So much damage gets
Yeah.
pumped out by this Goja deck that it's a little bit tricky.
Yeah, it absolutely might not be worth it. I mean, Peppered Chef is already 4, right? If you're going to sacrifice one of your allies. So,
Right.
Academy Guide coming out. So, this is, I think, usually one of the better first turn water plays if you actually have some way to protect it. And Flame Reef's Call. Uh,
Oh, wow.
that's that's a statement. That's a you know what? I don't want you to love. I don't want you to get that cheap level. Uh,
Yeah.
like
And
so,
we
Flame Reef's Call costing 5. If we had a beast ally as a tamer, it would cost less. But here we just there we go. Academy Guide off the board.
this card is a one of in the main and a one of in the side. So
Right?
he either drew the one of or he sided it in,
He
especially
did.
specifically
Yeah.
against this deck. Either way, it's definitely a statement that Shinobi is going for here. Or
Yeah. Backup Charger and Jahodun, Glory Seeker coming out. So this card is a 1/4 uh, with range 2. But if you have a sort of bow, which Lorraine usually will be able to obtain. But the important thing here, of course, is a unique water human ally allowing Ju Ying, Shadowmare, to come out and just really be a menace. Ju Ying, the water horse from AMB, uh, has Pride 3, but it loses Pride if you have a water unique human ally. We were talking about those, long subtypes. And it gains Stealth and True Sight on a 3/3, which is really good, especially, on these early turns.
Yeah, and this is an interesting sort of situation to be in because we have the perfect out to both of these cards really in Flame Wreath's Call, but we've already used it. We've already used it on the
On the
Academy
Academy
Guide, right?
Guide.
We would be able to kill. We would be able to kill the Ju Ying, deal 3 damage to the Shahodun, but and then sneak in the one more. But unless they brought in the second one, I mean, it's gonna be a
Well,
little hard to remove these allies.
yeah, well, we could be surprised. Maybe the second one is hiding in that hand. Uh, so I think that's an interesting materialization of the Grand Aiguille. Uh, Aiguille.
I
Um,
believe it's Egui.
Aiguille. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think
You
so.
know, Aiguille. Oh, Blazing Throw. That, okay. Let's see
Ooh,
where that's
okay.
going. Is it going to go for it? Yeah. So we'll try to take the Juying's benefits offline and leave it with just pride.
Yeah, this is interesting.
So,
Oh,
we're
flat
going
out
to,
activating a liminal
yeah,
guide.
we're
I
just
wonder if
going
we're gonna.
to
Is this Pepper? Is it Pepper Chef?
Pepper
TCG Pepper?
Chef.
Oh, that would be so sick if this is Pepper Chef fodder. No,
Okay.
I don't think
Well,
so. Maybe next turn. Maybe
unfortunately,
next turn.
yeah.
Maybe next turn. That's
Uh,
actually such a cool like interaction, right? Like playing the liminal guide, feeding it to Peppered Chef, and then when you level up, it comes back, right? Obviously, you get to discard it as well with Row the Abyss and stuff like that. But even that interaction is also really cool.
mhm. Yeah, in a deck that doesn't have cremation ritual, Peppered Chef being a good way to take that liminal guide off to the graveyard whenever you want to, right? Whenever you're choosing to do so, is still pretty good. And the big thing there would have been that Juying would not have had stealth. But let's see, Corehousey Trapper coming out, so we're gonna get a prep counter. Gonna start blunting attack damage, and we're back to Suzaku's turn.
Yeah, I mean, this is good to prevent the Ju Ying from dying, right? It no longer
Mhm.
has stealth, so
Yes,
it can just die from regular combat damage.
yeah. Looks like we're gonna level up into
Cool.
Glitch level 1. Oh, nice.
Float
Hitting
being
that
float.
Undying Dreams. Yeah.
Yep. Float being float.
Gonna present.
I totally
Okay, the
forgot you get
Tongu
to.
came in.
Ooh,
Tongu from the side
interesting.
deck came in.
This is in. I really like how they did the Shenjus. The fact that you have to reveal your material deck in order to bring out the Shenju gives so much information to the opponent at the cost of obviously you're bringing out a really really strong piece of your deck, right, which that being the Shenjus. So giving the opponent a little bit more information on the cards in your material deck, as far as like also like you don't want to make sure that there's not two uh Shenjus in your deck. So stuff like that, but like just the interaction
Yeah.
of I give you a little bit of information, I get really strong card in return.
hmm Yeah, absolutely. Uh, okay, leveling up to Lorraine. So we do have one quest counter there from the Ruby Fatestone. Going to banish a Frostborn Paladin. So let's see what. Yeah, okay. Getting that Huaji again. Let's see if we can get a unique ally to turn Juying back on.
Is Juying is a mage tamer or is it a warrior?
Oh,
It's
Lunette.
mage, it's a
It
mage
is a mage
tamer.
tamer. Yeah.
That's interesting. One of the benefits of like playing fire is the fact that red hair is a warrior as well. So they
Yes.
which is really funny. Juying doesn't get that benefit, which is a little unfortunate, but
Yeah.
it's still just
Lunette.
really good card.
Yeah, Lunette coming down, which is actually, I think, a really great ally,
Yeah.
especially into this deck. One thing though is it will not affect the Suzaku. So the Suzaku is, by virtue of already or currently technically being on the field, will not be affected by Lunette whenever it comes in.
Yeah.
Rile the Abyss. So we're gonna draw a card. Let's see what we can pitch. So,
Oh,
a Liminal and an Undying Dreams.
we draw two from that. Oh man, this card's so good,
Yeah.
dude. So good. It's so good that like people are playing it in their aggro decks just for the advantage that it gets.
Oh, absolutely. And are we going to level up here? Perhaps get our liminal guide? Take a look.
Do we know if the Lunette is balanced? I believe the Lunette is balanced right
I
now.
believe it's balanced.
And then
Yes.
we also still have the Trapper on board. So Lunette
Mhm.
kind of hard to get rid of right now unless we
Pretty
have
safe.
four non-combat damage.
Yeah. So for those who don't know, Lunette, whenever your hand and memory are in balance, receives +3 health.
Yeah,
So
so she
yes, we are
becomes a
going to
what
level up
for?
into
Ooh.
Quadra level 2. That's a fiery interference being banished there.
Yeah, that's one of the really good cards of the set, right? Like preventing
Absolutely.
your opponent from recovering, and also just it is target unit too. So if there is just a 2 life ally that you want to get rid of and you don't really want to swing target face with fire interference, you could just get rid of the ally as well. It's really good, really versatile.
Yeah, absolutely. A really big threat, especially when your opponent is Serene, is
Right.
to play it against the release. And not only do they not get the healing, they are punished for attempting to heal,
Yeah.
which is pretty big. All right, yeah. So the Limo Guy coming back out from the graveyard as its ability. So, of course, fire in this set, just drawing cards left and right. We're also going to get another quest counter from the Ruby Fatestone. And
Yeah,
okay,
we'll see if we clear the Lunette. Oh,
Lunette, yeah, that's the big thing.
interesting.
Oh, I
Does
think,
yeah, I
uh,
believe Liminal Guide
yeah,
should be
the Limo Guy was
rested
rested
though.
because it
Yeah.
came onto the field.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's what they were.
Lunette already getting value.
All right. Yeah, actually, you know what? Every ally, that comes in rested, that's ahead. And in addition, I do not believe any of the Suzaku allies have steadfast, right? So they're not going to be able to trade at all.
Yeah.
3 down for Heated
Ooh,
Vengeance.
Vengeance.
So once again, that's going to come in for 5. Take a look. Now we do have that Korhazi Chopper, of course.
Yeah. So see what the target is. Getting rid of that Lunette is pretty big, but also swinging 5 damage into an ally that might not even die because of
It might not
Korhazi
even
Trapper
die.
is also really, not ideal.
Yeah, and let's
Th-
not
and th-
forget water with 3 cards in hand.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
a that's a threat.
right. This is when that Flame Wreath Skull would go so hard. This is the total value of that card would be so insane right now.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. Looks like we Yeah, okay, yeah, looks like we did use the trapper because Heated Vengeance. Okay,
Ooh,
fire. Oh, I think this is going to be exactly what you talked about. Uh,
yeah.
yeah, we're not worried too much about uh any sort of recovery. We're just gonna take out that Lunette.
Yeah, when we were seeing the cards initially, I thought Intensified Pyre was target unit, and I was like, man, this card is so broken. But Intensified Intensified Pyre is only towards champions, and
Mhm.
when I looked at Fiery Interference and I saw that a target unit, I was like, wait, this card is so much better. It's so good.
Oh, so this is something interesting. So we've brought out Clarent Reimagined, which is the Proxy's Vault version of Clarent. So it's going to help us 2 ways here, actually. Now that we have a Xiaohudun Glory Seeker on board, it's going to power up that Glory Seeker, giving a extra 1 attack, as well as for being a sword, as well as Clarent being a really great counter against Suzaku here, being able to take away durability in order to prevent non-combat damage.
Yeah, I mean we're so close here from Lorraine. We're so close. We're only 4 damage off.
Yeah, absolutely. You
And
know what?
we have a lot of safety from the Clarent as well.
hmm Yeah, I actually, I think it's one of the you blink and you miss it. I almost didn't realize we're at 18.
Yeah.
That's so close. Definitely lethal presented on board. But let's not count out Suzaku. Of course, like we said, we saw the combo before, right?
Yep.
We're only looking. I say only, like it's easy, but we're looking for 14 damage here. It's not impossible.
Ooh,
Okay, Impact Hammer. That's a statement, of course.
yep. Do we have another Heated Vengeance in hand? Hazi Trapper is rested. We don't have any more prep. So, flat out combat damage can't, Clarent can't really do anything against combat damage. So, if we have enough combat damage, we could just do it. We only need 14 right now. We have 2 on board from the liminal guides, and then Clarent if we have, or sorry, Impact Hammer. If we have Heated Vengeance here, it could be so much damage.
Yeah, Heated Vengeance would come in for 7
Yeah,
with
plus
the
the Impact
Impact
Hammer.
Hammer. And also, I think there's probably some calculation here. Yeah, okay. There's calculation here whether or not you're willing to take one on the recollection from the Fate Stone. But
Yeah.
seeing the Impact Hammer, I think it's pretty wise to say, you know what, actually, I don't want to give you any more possible advantage.
Yeah, no, I think that's really smart. You don't want to take more damage than you need to, right? And like it obviously Goja will still get its quest counter from the hitting herself, but you don't want to just feed her damage. We do
Yeah.
have enough fire cards in hand where a peppered chef Suzaku turn might happen. We don't have no lantern on board, so we have two damage from the liminal guides, 2 damage from the impact hammer, uh 4 damage from Suzaku if we have enough quest counters. It's a little hard to see right now, but we
I
could
blazing through. So that's an interesting one.
that is
If
that
it
is
is against,
non-current.
oh, okay, it's against
Oh,
the,
interesting.
okay, it was against Yahodun. So we're gonna rescue the air. So, yo, that card actually showing its strength here real quick, because it's targeting a unique ally, and we are level 1. It actually completely free. It costs 1 less to activate. So
Yeah, that's really cool. Actually, I totally slept on this card. The art is really good in it as well. Actually, it's super cool art. But yeah, I totally slept on this card. It's a doesn't replace itself like other cards do, but like not everything has to replace itself, right?
yeah, but we love it when they do, right?
Yeah.
Uh, that Yahodun coming back out, the Terrafring on the board, and okay, yeah, Juying going in for 3. Let's see. Oh, this is
Ooh.
okay. This is some new tech. So
Do we
before
have a
we were
response?
counting out the fire cards, yeah. Oh, maybe there.
Oh, yep.
Up,
Frostbind. Yeah.
Frostbind. Okay. Well, let's all talk about Restorative Flame. It's a pretty cool thing that people are starting to bring into these fire decks. So traditionally, fire has, not a whole lot of ways to really blunt any of the damage or, stop anything other than just, oh, you're coming with an ally, I'll go ahead and kill the ally. Restorative Flame changes that. As long as we have fire elements in the graveyard, so we can banish up to 3 to recover 2 for each one. So we can heal, or sorry, we can recover up to 6.
Yeah. And like, it is up to, so you can, let's say you have just enough cards to where you can only banish 2 because you want 3 left to do the whole Suzaku thing, right? When you kill Suzaku, bring her back. You can just recover 6, or, recover 4 and, you know, not, stave yourself out from dying and then also do your other game plan of like having at least 3 fire cards in your grave. But I mean, the Frostbind staple card in these water ally lists, right? It's really the only interaction that these kind of decks have. We saw the obviously rescue the air, but I think as far as like normal water negates like Frostbind, like Cerulean Decree, think Frostbind is kind of the staple one because it is one of the cheapest ones and sort of gets a lot of the exactly what you want to happen, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one big thing is, especially when you're, constantly playing allies out, it's possible that you don't have enough to pay for the cerulean, especially in decks like this where you're running a decent amount of norm, right, in order to turn on Shangzheng's imbue, as well as able to run that Sunsei package. Well, that is to say, just Sunsei, but he's norm with the Shangzheng. It's possible that you don't have not only do you not have enough per se to pay for the cerulean, but you also might not have enough water in hand to
Yeah.
choose 2 modes. So Frostbind is actually perfect, and of course that rule of 3. If water's holding 3, it might be a Frostbind. You gotta
Yeah.
you gotta be aware. Academy Guide coming out again, so that
Once
all
again.
3 games Academy Guide, great card.
Okay,
Pretty strong.
give it a shot. I wonder if we're gonna save the Flame Wreath's call this time.
We might have a little fear even if we do the Flame Reefs call.
Yeah. We Flame Wreath's call the Academy Guide last game, and then immediately Benny Rain just summoned 2 or 3 more allies, and we're like, oh man, this card would be really good right now.
Oh yeah, it wasn't a punish, but it was disappointing, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Undying Dreams. I think it's a foil Undying Dreams, which is cool.
I love foil cards.
Foil cards in this game are so
They
fantastic.
look so good now. Well, not that
Oh,
they,
absolutely,
not
yeah.
that they looked terrible before, but like, we know that they've done a lot of changes to the foiling in A and B and DTR and stuff like that. So they look so good now.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I think uh, what they choose to foil is like super important. I feel every time they choose right.
Yeah. This is
So
leveling up into Goja level 1 right away. I think
right
this
away,
this makes total sense, right? You want to start getting the quest counters as much as early as possible. I think last game, if you had enough quest counters to uh play to like flip Suzaku, that game would have gone a totally different way.
oh yeah, absolutely. And I think that's definitely the lesson that. Oh, okay, here. This is one of our
Ooh.
newer cards, and a spicy tech here. We see Excalibur, Reflected Edge. So this is actually a. Oh, okay. I thought we were attacking with it, but so this is a assassin made sword that's
Oh,
for.
the
Oh,
frostbind on the
the
Excalibur.
ooh, that's tough.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's really rough.
that. Oh wow, that's. Well, water holding 3. What else can you
Yeah, I
say?
mean, we just said it, right? If water is
Yeah.
holding 3 cards, you gotta watch out for the frostbind. One of the things too is that with the 3 of Hearts on board and the sword, we would have been able to clear the Academy guide and
Yes.
prevented the free level up, but we couldn't do that because of the frostbind. So we get to level up for free here. Oh,
Yep.
and then
Oh,
the
and
Sensei on
the
top of it.
Sensei. Yeah. So
Oof.
Sensei is going to add a durability counter to our Huaji, as well as be able to use it with his +1 on warrior weapons. So, and then the
Yeah.
Academy guy going in.
Yeah, and playing the 3 of Hearts dying without using its cardistry effect of drawing and discarding is also really bad.
Yeah.
That one
This
frostbite I ended up getting so much
so much value.
yeah, so much value off of the one frostbite. Really, really good play.
Yeah, absolutely. So definitely some thinking to be done on the Suzaku side. Uh, it's not, of course, it's not a hole you can't dig yourself out of, but you've got to think a little more. Unfortunately, your opponent did just gain quite a bit of value there. So let's see what is materialized.
Yeah, I mean I think we just kind of want to draw some
This,
cards now.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
we might go ring or ooh, the hammer seems to
The
be in the
impact
forefront
hammer?
there. Maybe we have a blazing throw, take care of the Sensei. Okay, yeah, impact hammer
Yeah. That's pretty
and
I
Suzaku
always like to
3.
say these kind of cards. I always like to say these kind of cards send a pretty big message here.
I was
We
gonna say we
we
could also go
either
for heated vengeance.
right, yeah. We could go for a heated vengeance here. We could try to kill the sensei. Uh, I believe that water has 3 cards in hand. So, you know, they who knows? They could have another frostbind, right? Like it can
I
totally
mean,
happen.
if it were me, I might be a little gun shy, right?
Yeah,
Uh,
totally.
I don't
I
want to
mean,
walk into it again.
we've already gotten punished for it 2 times in a row, right? Last game and then this game as well. So definitely have to watch out for it. Yeah,
Yeah.
heated
Okay,
vengeance.
there it is. Heated vengeance. So with the hammer, that'll be 7.
Yeah,
Let's
let's see.
see if there's a response to this.
Is it a
Is
whoa?
oh okay, rescue the air. So I have to assume it wasn't with the hammer then, just trying to take out Sensei. So yeah, rescue the air. I think especially for you, uh, you know, this card's suddenly showing its value out of nowhere.
Yeah, dude, this card is probably the MVP of this water of this water list so far. The fact like if you're
Absolutely.
level 1, if you're level 1 and you're using it to save a unique ally, I mean, that's actually so huge. It's free and then you get to just and then once again,
Oh,
you get to just play the ally you just saved once again. I mean, holy.
yeah. And here we see, especially for this matchup, quite good. That durability actually going on to Clarent instead of the
Yeah.
Haji.
Yeah,
And
I mean, against a deck like Suzaku, right, having more durability on Clarent is always going to be a good thing.
yeah. Uh, Also, I think the other thing that's pretty neat, of course, is that you can actually. So Clarent just the Clarent Reimagined actually just says target unit. You can actually choose your opponent for Clarent. So in this case, that would be to turn off things like Heated Vengeance, saying, you know what, actually, I don't want you to take damage.
Yeah.
We're all friends here. Actually, I don't really want you to take damage, and in exchange, you're not gonna hurt me either.
Yeah, I mean, turning off the other types of heated vengeance is also really good. You could also like, if you really want to slow them down, you could remove 2 counters and say it like target yourself, target your champion and their champion on the recollection so that she just doesn't get a quest counter, slowing them down even further, which is
Oh,
insane.
Heated
Oh, we'll,
Vengeance.
we'll see. We'll see what they
Let's see what
decide
the
to do
target is.
here.
Yeah. I
Is
believe
it
Suzaku's holding
an-
4 in hand for that. So,
another
Water Slow's
another rescue
3.
the air?
A rescue there. Uh, see what the target is. It's okay. Yeah, it looks like they're going after Sensei again. Is there another rescue there? Oh no, 2. Oh, Song of Frost.
Oh, yeah,
There we go.
yeah. I mean, we did say this card might come in to stop exactly that kind of play. We have 2 in the
Yeah.
main, 1 in the side. Uh, yeah, I mean, just the general water interaction package is getting so much value this game, right? The Song of Frost, save your ally. I mean, a new card for me that I really didn't see coming. Rescue the Air coming in a lot. Frostbind, obviously, staple card here.
Yeah. We've pulled out our Grand Crusader's ring. We draw a card off of that, and there is Lunette.
A
So
pretty shiny Lunette.
yeah, pretty strong here in balance, as well as being that there are no allies on the Suzaku board. It's just that much harder to take out Lunette.
Yeah, we're already getting pretty close
Yeah,
here. I
we're
mean, we
back
have to
again, right?
level up or else.
Blink of an eye, we're at 18 again, and the 4 damage is presented on board between the allies as well as Clarent.
Yeah, I mean,
And,
even if we level up here, it's not too big of a buffer, right? It's only 4 life. Yeah, we do have to
yeah, oh,
level here.
have to level. There we go.
Yeah, I don't believe we have any float too, so we just have to lose influence as well to do it.
Oof, that is harsh, but you got to do what you got to do. So let's see here. How
Are
many
we
quests? We're at 4 quest counters. It looks like.
I mean, depending on how many cards we have in hand, we could do the like we mentioned, the Peppered Chef into Suzaku into bring back Suzaku
Yeah,
play. But I believe that's 12 total damage.
yeah,
We do have
12
Impact
combat
Hammer on
damage.
board, so
So 14. We are going to take
plus
that.
the
So
yeah.
there's 5,
Ooh.
I believe.
So we have 2 from Impact Hammer, but yeah, we're real
The
close to dying though.
Yeah. The biggest thing here is if you, for example, try to play a Searing Truth, your opponent could just use Clarent to
Yeah.
deny you one of the quest counters, and that's just really tough. Oh wait, we did have enough. Oh, we took the. Okay, of course.
Yeah, yeah.
We took the quest counters from level 2 Goja. We're gonna get to
Ooh.
Zaku. Oh, Zaku's command. So you just talked about this.
Yeah, Frostbind.
Oh, Frostbind. Well,
Okay.
that's a toughie.
At least that was all pre-rec though. We still get to recollect and do other stuff.
That
I mean, oh
is.
man. Suzaku's command into
Yeah,
Peppered Chef is actually so much damage. Holy. I didn't even think about that until just now.
absolutely. Creative shock. Yeah, actually,
Yeah, the not what
uh,
really what you want to see right now.
yeah, I think there's a
Uh
Vengeful Paramour that went in,
yeah,
but we don't have enough to pay to
ephemerate.
ephemerate it. Suzaku going to attack. wonder where the target is. Okay, yeah, Sunset.
Finally
So
clearing the
yeah,
sunset.
a Sensei that lives twice has really done his job.
Yeah, I mean, what? Yeah,
Oh, yep,
yeah.
makes a lot of
I mean,
sense.
even if you lose all your influence, right? Just Lorraine with Claren is enough to get there.
Yep. So let's see. Uh, and unfortunately, you can't yeah,
Yeah.
you can't reduce to ash the Clarent because it
Ooh.
actually costs too much.
Yeah, two
But
shatter their brittle and a reduce to ash in hand. So really not fantastic options here from
yeah, three Shangcheng, Fierce Princess there.
oh that's so
Pretty
much.
funny.
Yeah, I mean that was great play from Benny Rain here, getting so much value from your from those water cards that we know we love. We Song of Frost, Frostbind twice. That man, I really want to talk about this card, Rescue the Air.
Rescue the
It's
Air. Yeah, let's talk about
yeah,
Rescue the Air.
it's I can't believe I just now found out about this card. I mean, if when you're playing the Lorraine, not Lorraine, like I mean, mostly you see it in Lorraine, but like if you're playing the unique ally list, whether it be water or wind, it's you get so much value, right? They sink so much damage and so many resources into killing a unique ally, and in order to save the unique ally, you just say, "Hey, for free, I'll bring it back."
Yeah, absolutely. I guess yeah, if you think about it, the over the games, I believe that was 16 damage saved over 2 games. And that was on the allies that could have gone either to face or actually to take out the allies. And being able to replay them for their on enter for Sunsei, for example, uh, just absolutely amazing value.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can't believe that that card has gone under the radar for this long. Because more specifically because we've seen so many unique ally lists last season, right?
Mm.
Wind, the wind unique allies list was so strong last season. We saw a lot of it over the course of the season, so it's really interesting that like this card just kind of never really came up.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were running coronation ceremony, right, in order to
Right.
protect their unique allies from spells. But here, just being able to pull them back into your memory and say, well, I'm going to go down a card, but also you probably went down a card or perhaps more. And also, I'm just going to save them and I'm going to replay them later is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and then like one of the problems that you run into as or playing against an ally list is like, okay, do I kill their allies or do I swing face? Especially if you're an aggro list, right? Like,
Mhm.
do I just try to outrace them and kill them before they get to build a board, or do I take my time and clear the board so that it's a little bit easier on me? But choosing to clear the board and then having something like Rescue the Air to like reduce the actual value that you get when you go to try to clear the board is really punishing.
Yeah, absolutely. Uh, I think it's definitely that choice, especially for aggro decks. When we see ally v ally, of course, it's all about board control, but
Right.
that aggro, especially when a lot of it's non-combat damage, where's that damage going? It's so important to figure out whether or not you need to clear the board. It's possible, of course, that if you had, stuffed all the damage directly into their spirit, that it would have been fine. But it's hard to know. Of course, we're looking back in hindsight, especially when we see the Rescue of the Airs come out.
Yeah, yeah. And we have a little bit more information, right? We
Yeah,
can see the deck list and stuff like that. I don't believe the players can see each other's deck
yeah,
list. So we everything we're saying is with the benefit of hindsight, with more knowledge. We're a little bit
yeah. We're
more
looking from
right.
above.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Uh,
but
One
yeah.
thing I do want to talk about is Excalibur Reflected Edge because we didn't really get to talk about it
Yeah.
thanks to that Frostbind. But Excalibur Reflected Edge. So one of the new cards, the UR, it is there. It is. It is an assassin mage sword, which is just exciting. True Sight, Spell Shroud, Merlin bonus on it. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
One of our locals is an absolute 100% Merlin player. He saw that and he was like, whoa, 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 what's happening? What's going on here? Uh,
Yeah.
but the biggest thing for anybody, on Destroy, summon a token copy of a non-distortion regalia you control with memory cost 0, and it becomes a distortion in addition to its other types. So what are we looking to target? I mean, my first thought always is ring.
Yeah, I mean, everyone immediately is like, "Oh, double GCR, double Grand Crusaders ring? What do you mean? Wait, this is sick." But I think a lot of the people have also realized, like, wait a minute, this is just another blazing throw target, and then when it dies, I get another weapon, and that's another blazing throw target. Like, if I have this card out and then also hammer out, right?
Mm-hmm.
I, you know, blazing throw this thing on destroy. I summon another impact hammer. I blazing throw that one, and then maybe I swing it with the third one, or maybe I just blazing throw that one as well.
Yeah,
Like I mean,
absolutely.
this card is like you said initially when we see this card, we see a card, we see it has Merlin on it. We're like Merlin bonus, what
Yeah.
assassin? What's going on here? And there's so many things about this card that like catch your eye when you first see it, right? When we first saw it spoiled, but then you read the other part of the card and we're like, holy wait, this card is good anywhere.
Oh,
I don't
absolutely.
even have to be Merlin. I don't have to be Merlin at all. It also just has true sight, right? So like
Mhm.
if there is like a bit, maybe there is like a sticky ally that has stealth that like just stays on board a lot, right? If you have something like an attack card, you could just clear it with this card, right? It has spell shroud, right? So you can't, hard to remove as well. I think this card is so good.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And speaking of assassin, uh, you haven't lived on the edge until your opponent has 2 poison daggers
Yeah.
out on the board.
Yeah. Yeah. No, totally. I mean, that would be I think I would probably just like I don't know what I would do. I would probably scoop
You'd
if I
scoop. You're just like, you know what?
if
I guess you
if
got
my
it.
opponent has a poison dagger on board and they blazing throw they blazing throw Excalibur at me, they copy their poison dagger, I'm like, I'm so dead. I'm so giga dead.
I think one thing I haven't seen, but I've kind of thought about it. You can also, terrafring actually.
Yeah,
Having 2 terrafrings would be, it's incredibly strong, especially in a meta where we see a lot of aggro.
yeah.
Uh, ooh, okay.
One of
Uh,
the sorry, one of the things that I think this is partly part of the reason as to why we saw the Polaris nerf, because as soon as we saw this card,
oh,
you know, Resident 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 Wind Astro player Cam was like, you know what goes hard? Two Polaris. And I
oh,
was like, surely that's not cool. Surely that's not allowed. And they did errata the card, right? It now
yes.
costs 1 memory cost. So you cannot target it. But for a while
Oh,
there, I was like, wait, I mean, that's way too good. That surely that's not allowed.
you said that out loud, and my ally heart just stopped. I was like, wait, no, you can't do that. That's not allowed.
Wait, that's illegal.
That is illegal. It has to be. They've got to change it. Well, luckily they did, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Excalibur, absolutely fantastic card. And as the season goes on, I'm sure we'll see even more uses that we didn't necessarily consider. Just that uh, the way that combo can shape up with just any of these regalia. And of course, as time goes on, the more non-distortion, zero cost regalia that are added, we get more and more combos.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, initially you see this card and there's so much there's so much of the card that like pulls you in a bunch of different directions, and then you realize,
Mhm.
wait a minute, I don't need to do any of that. I think just copying a zero cost regalia is actually just broken by itself.
Oh, absolutely.
Who cares if the card has Merlin bonus, right? You're
It's
trying to
true. It's
that's like
true.
you're trying to bait us to play this card in a way that like, maybe build a Merlin deck around this card, but you don't need to do that. You can just play that card in any deck.
I'm not gonna. I mean, it worked. I'm not gonna lie, it worked. My first deck for this season, I was like, you know what, Merlin, Excalibur. Let's go. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
All right. It looks like we're gonna take a small break here before we come back for the last round. Yeah. Thanks so much. We'll see you in a little bit.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the final round of today's Yeti Online Locals. I'm back here with PerfectKalcium. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I think we had a very exciting last round. And yeah, of course, last round of Grand Archive today, but it's not enough, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and take it.
Yeah, the more the merrier, always. But it's getting pretty late all over the region. So yeah, it's pretty understandable with that 4 rounds is the perfect amount, I think. And we have a couple of 3-0s today. Both
Oh,
two
yeah.
people who are on stream are both 3-0 already. Bonnie and Jimmy Lee, our favorite
Woo!
Sonoris and Jin
Oh,
player. It's
yeah, that
very,
assemble the
very
ancients.
exciting. Yep. Oh my god, it was so fun to see that.
So good.
Yeah, paying off. Having the deck be so back and Jimmy piloting it so well is just such a nice feeling. It's always nice to see something uncommon or rarer be so dominant and out there in the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a big thing that I always you know, uh, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But something I try to, draw my friends in with. I'm just like, look at these decks. Look at these decks. They're not really, you haven't really experienced this in other games. And even here, if you really get it down, if you get those lines down, you get it clean and everything, you can have a lot of fun with something that just nobody expects at all. And it's just a really great time. And yeah, for lack of a term, these like quote unquote wacky decks, they're just really fun to play. When they work, they work, and your opponent's like, oh well, yeah, I guess that happened to me.
Yeah, yeah, and you could see it when Jimmy went up in that game one on stream against I was gonna say it way too quickly. Quest.
Quest, yes.
Um so in game one, Quest didn't really know what Jimmy was up to. He was just, alright, I have time. No damage has been dealt to me, and then out of nowhere, Jimmy just took the game home. So by game two, Quest could adapt a bit, but
Mhm.
then game three, Jimmy just took the game home out of nowhere, and Quest couldn't do much.
Yeah, absolutely. I was on break, but I wasn't on break because I was watching that game. It was just so much fun, and definitely, yeah. I think something you mentioned before. We're always looking to play like Jimmy. We're always looking. We're gonna take that deck and give it a shot. And you go, how come I can't assemble the ancients? They're not assembling for me. But
Doesn't
he
work.
manages, yeah, he manages to find that line, and that line is clean, and it manages to close out the game. Absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with you. And I feel like in the past you needed so much more setup for it because you couldn't really use Bulwark Sword on the turn you level up. But now with Inert Sword, you get the 3 additional damage for free. Free technically, and with
Yeah.
Reciprocity, you get another 3 damage. So you basically have a guaranteed 6 damage, 6 bonus damage, which is 2 less domains. Well, math is hard, but I think it's around 2 less domains that you need
It's
to
yeah,
have.
it's generally two less domains depending on how many you have whenever you're gonna assemble. So yeah, absolutely fantastic deck. Uh
Yeah.
I
And I think,
think
speaking of
Mhm.
Jimmy, I
Oh,
think we are going to see him back on stream going up
ooh.
against Wind Tristan. So it's the same, one side is going to be fire once again, like all day today, all season so far. But on the other hand, we're going to go back to our good old reliable Wind Tristan. And even though the fire deck does play the Ryle package, it's not what you expect. It's not that conventional level 3 Xander or level 3 Lorraine Crux deck that's just outvalues you by staying level 3 for so long. It's just one turn of level 3 is enough for
Mhm.
Jimmy to win.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you don't know what's happening, you'll just see that Ryle package open. You go, okay, well, I get it. This is three, maybe four decks, and then out of nowhere, you get hit for 24. So,
Yup.
yeah, let's take a look at these decks. So, of course, we've been talking about Jimmy's deck. So, let's take a small focus on this Win Tristan. See if there's something
Yeah.
interesting.
We have some time before the round starts so we can take a deeper look into Bankfish's deck here. He will be our Wind Tristan player today. I'm surprised we only saw one Tristan deck so far. Being so like today.
Well, considering we had so
But
many, according to the little pie
yeah,
chart there,
there's
yeah.
a 9 Tristan decks today, so it was good that we saw there was enough of non Tristan decks winning that we only see them now in round 4. So would you like to take a
Yeah.
look at this deck, and if you have been, is there anything that like jumps out at you as something uncommon or something you don't see as much?
So the first thing that I'm seeing is that we do have 2 Safeguard Paragons in the sideboard. You know, that new card that we were talking about just a little bit. Uh, otherwise, it doesn't look too, out of band, as far as I can tell. Just had a
Yeah,
quick
it
look.
just looks the
Yeah,
good
just
old
pretty normal.
reliable.
Yeah, good old Slice and Dice is in. We got our black market brokers, Dream Fairies. Uh, we of course our surveils, our lookouts, our windmill engineers. We're looking for just that wind value package as we move on up to Tristan, and yeah, Tristan Shadow Dancer, uh, and the Shadow's Claw. I don't think there's
Yeah,
anything
get
too
the
out of band
prep
here.
canners going.
Yeah,
And it's, the whole point
absolutely.
is to get them out and get it going. Now, I wonder if Bankfish will realize in time that this is probably more of a slice and dice matchup than a Shadow Strike matchup. However, I feel like Shadow Dancer, if Jimmy doesn't draw that Blade of Creation, Shadow Dancer is the hard counter to his deck.
Mm, yeah, being able to shift the attacks over to the uh, shadow tokens will definitely be difficult if your plan is to only attack once.
Yeah.
Looks like.
Going into the gameplay here already, Jimmy had playing a
Yeah.
Creative Shock, discarding the ever current Raider,
Red
getting that
Raider.
float into graveyard. Then once again, have seeing the card that almost carried very very hard this game.
Yeah. The Sanctum
The
of
Sanctum
Esoteric
of
Truth.
Esoteric Truth. Not this game. The last time he was on stream in that clutch round where Quest unfortunately had the heavy swing for the amazing, basically reckless conversion turn that Jimmy had.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's pretty likely that we'll see something like that again. Spirit of Wind, let's see. So, like you said, Win Tristan, of course, looking to build up tons of prep counters as fast as possible. And we will likely start here. Let's take a look.
Yeah, paying
Three.
3, possibly 4 for the black market
Okay.
broker.
Yeah, that's likely a
Immediately
black market
coming
broker.
out.
There
There
it
it
is.
is.
And I believe that's the new SP one as well.
Yeah.
So
It looks
looking
like a
good.
foil supporter pack one.
It is a
Even
foil.
it looks
Pretty good.
very very pretty. Yeah. I realized it's like a reference, or I feel like it's a reference to one of my favorite video games, Resident Evil 3, with the "What are you buying?"
Oh yes. Four. Four. Resident Evil 4. With the what are you
4,
buying? Yeah, the
yes.
merchant. Yeah. I do love everyone loves the merchant. Uh so I think the big thing here, we did see before that Jimmy's deck would have a little bit of trouble against a stealth ally. Now, Black Market Broker isn't stealth yet, but if it does become stealth, the only thing left is really Flame Sweep,
Yeah.
and or the Blade of Creation.
And he only plays one Blade of Creation in the main board, and his Flame Sweeps are only in the sideboard. So he has a
Yeah.
he's going to have a very, very tough time this game one trying to manage and navigate the Phantasias that come in, the Ominous Shadows, and the stealth allies early on.
Yeah, so let's have a look. 4 down. That could be the Eternal Kingdom. Doing some thinking.
Math is hard, and you have to
Math
be
is
very,
always
very
hard.
careful with your influence and knowing what you want to do with Jimmy's deck, because you have to plan so far ahead, right? You want to play your domains and you want to take care of the board, but you have to also be careful not to lose those Assemble at the Ancients, those domains that are such key cards for your game plan ultimately. If you have them early on, that might be a detriment to you because you're very, very afraid to lose them because you don't have an infinite supply of them.
Yeah, absolutely. There. Oh, it's a little hard to see that card, fortunately, but
It is the Eternal
it is the
Kingdom.
Eternal
Yep.
Kingdom. Yep.
There's 4
There's 4.
reserved for it.
Yeah. So that does, of course, make both domains reservable. But we will have to pay that upkeep unless we get our reciprocity out.
Yeah, but that the upkeep is also not too bad on the Eternal Kingdom because it says at the beginning of your recollection. So you just can, as long as you have 2 cards in hand, you're guaranteed to be able to pay for the Eternal Kingdom. And Jimmy's deck doesn't have that many things to do in recollection or at the end of his opponent's turn. Like we've seen many cleric and water and fire decks do recently.
Yeah, absolutely. Backup charger for Tristan. So it looks like we're not going to go move to Tristan immediately. Black Market Broker going in. Just pushing damage. Of course, if nothing happens to it, it'll represent quite a bit over the match. And I think probably seeing the Eternal Kingdom, especially you see the Eternal Kingdom, you're facing Jimmy Lee. I think you have an idea of what's going to happen here.
Yeah, there's some shenanigans afoot, but I feel like if you're not if you haven't been playing since ALC in that era, you might not know exactly what this deck does. You just see Jimmy Lee and you see that he's on Tonoris, he has some domains out, so you have an inkling that something's big's about to happen. But if you haven't seen the combo play out yet, it's hard to predict that those two will be the death of you.
That's true. Yeah, they're scattered clues, but you haven't put them together yet. We do see the backup charger into a turbocharge, so just making sure that our hand is nice and large, which would make Sadie Blood Harvester coming out. So having a nice large hand as we level, it just makes it that much better, especially if we don't have any floating right now.
Yeah,
And Sadie
it's
just going in for 2.
yeah. See, Sadie's also immediately going attacking, but keeping enough cards in hand to be able to return Sadie into the hand in case Jimmy has something to take care of her with.
Yeah,
I
and
also
getting
saw
hmm?
I also saw a dungeon guide in Bankfish's hand that he did
Yes.
not put down yet.
Yeah, I think definitely. We just want to be a little careful with it. So, sir, if you have 3 cards and you got to save Sadie with 2, I don't think Dungeon Guide's gonna be it. We do see the spell ward, sorry, Scepter here coming out. So this is a new card, and it makes absolute sense with what Jimmy is seeing here. So
Yeah,
it does come in rested, but you are able to rest it to banish it and say that the activation of the next card you activate this turn can't be negated. So of course we're looking out for incapacitate here.
yeah. It's his. I'm very glad that we get to see this deck twice on stream. One, because it's really cool. Two, because the matchups are so different, or like what we're seeing here is so different that we get to see all the defensive things that the deck has and all the ways Jimmy's mind works when it comes to what he's seeing. So he saw the Sadie, saw the Black Market Broker. He knows that he's up against at least an assassin, but it's Win, so most likely Tristan.
Yes.
So he's making sure to be ready for those incaps where he's assembled the ancients.
Yeah, and looks like I believe that it was a Ryle that was played.
Yes.
So yeah, we're gonna get the Evercurrent Raider, get some more floating into our graveyard, and we have the Hub of Innovation as well come out.
Draw a card
And
into memory from that.
yeah, Tristan playing the Reclaim on the Black Market Broker, and then leveling up to level 1 Tristan.
Pretty good use of resources because you get to get another preparation counter from the Black Market Broker coming in again, and you get to level up for free. So definitely not down in value at all from this reclaim.
Yeah, not only that, that Black Market Broker putting prep counters to 3 and then Sadie being able to return puts you at that magic number for Tristan level 2 in order to draw more.
Exactly.
So
So
there goes the Black Market Broker.
oh,
Oh, did we miss the trigger to put a prep counter on?
prep counter was
Yeah, I think we did.
missed,
Uh,
I believe.
well, once again, like we said, right? We're here, we're learning, practicing. Sadie going in for 2.
Yeah, this is It's still local, so things can be fixed.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely something that you really have to watch as a trusted player is remember all of your prep counters because that is basically what makes or breaks the game for you.
Oh, absolutely. Missing even one prep counter when you're going in for the Shadow Strike can mean you're gonna get the game or you're gonna lose it. Oh, Dungeon Guide going out. I wonder if Jimmy has two. Just very confident, letting it be in memory there. Leveling up to level 2, Tenaris. And we, of course, do have enough domains to activate Reciprocity if we need it.
It's
So
a
this turn, yeah.
scary situation to be in because Jimmy can grab the the reciprocity, then rest the reciprocity once dungeon guide obviously. Yeah, he has just so much value that he can easily take the game in this turn, right? I mean, you might not
Yes.
even get to go to a point where the 4 prep counters for Tristan level 2 matters because he has this 3 domains on board. He has everything there. Okay, there's a
Yeah,
third prep counter.
there's the trigger.
So it might be irrelevant in the end in terms of the value you get off of it because Jimmy has so many cards in hand. He's level 2. He's paying 3. Probably we're going to see the dungeon guide
The
come out
Dungeon
here.
Guide. Yeah, there it is.
Yep.
There's a second Dungeon Guide.
If
And
they're in case of, for sure ready for the stifling trap, having the second dungeon guide out and then being able to cycle the cards.
yeah,
I wonder if he has
there.
the
I think
influence for
there's.
it.
Yep.
There it is.
Yep. There it
Is
is.
you have 2 or 3 cards
He has
in hand.
2 cards left, I believe.
Looks like
Yeah. So that is enough for a veiling, if needed. Unlikely though this
I
turn. It might just be the Dungeon Guide.
yeah. Okay, it is. It is just the dungeon guide. Uh, it looks like it does actually have 3 cards in hand,
We're
resting
paying
3
3.
domains for another
Okay.
hub of
Hub
innovation,
of
drawing more
Innovation.
cards.
Yeah. That's totally fine, of course, right? Jimmy probably saying, well, okay, of course we got to see whether or not you have the stifle. And you do, so we're just going to go ahead and gain more value.
Yeah, but since he couldn't level up and just go for the kill, might as well play the hub of innovation to draw an additional card, get through those cards, and then he still has 2 in hand to be able to pay for the upkeep cost of Eternal Kingdom without needing to rest the hub of innovation.
Yeah, absolutely. And 5 cards in memory. We're going to banish 1 to
Bring
get
out the reciprocity.
the reciprocity.
Going to Jimmy is not wasting that level 2 on enter from Tenoris, attacking for 4 into, I believe, Sadie, just to
Sadie.
force Bankfish's hand. Or, well, we'll see in a second where exactly he's going, but I do believe that it was into the Sadie. Jimmy
Doing some
reorganizing
rearranging
his
here.
board,
Yeah.
so everything's in the one place. I believe he put the domains back further back so that the shine from his light wouldn't be so white. But now that we know what all the domains do, and we can still see some of it, it's not so relevant, not as uh detrimental to the gameplay anymore.
Yeah. I think we're going to see a level up into level 2 Tristan here. Counting out the cards. Oh, we've got our math fingers, our classic math fingers.
Just need to.
Oh, Assassin's.
Oh,
Okay.
going for
Assassin's Ripper. Yeah.
yeah. I he might have a slice and dice in hand, which would be game plus 3 plus
Three.
because
Yeah.
it would be
12. Yep.
6 and then 9 damage, which is
That's more than
a bit
enough.
more
Yeah.
than enough. Yeah.
Yeah. We're only looking for 13 here, and it looks like that's what's going to happen. We're going to use our prep counter on the Assassin's
There it
Ripper.
is.
Slice and dice. Oh, it's the topper slice
It's
and
that
dice.
chibi, cute slice and dice with those
Everyone
cubes of
loves
meat
this one.
flying away.
It's so good.
Unfortunately, like Tonoris's clothes, they're off and gone, and Tony's dead.
Tony unfortunately did not make it through that slice and dice. But yeah, looks like we did want those 4 prep counters, but of course for something different than
Yeah,
than we had seen.
this
Snaring fumes there.
it, it
You
was
can
still
see.
relevant. That might be why. So Bakefish might have predicted that. Okay, I'll just reclaim the Sadie, and that's how they did the math for the slice and dice.
Mm, yeah, absolutely. And yeah, the big thing, a big clincher there is definitely the stifling trap. Then, not
Yeah.
allowing Tony to level up and get that 30 life, even if nothing else happened. Uh, just being able to make sure you take down Tony at level 2.
Yep. Yep. Not letting Tony level up there, even if Jimmy doesn't have the combo, is very, very important, as we could see here. Because Bankfish was easily able to take the game home. Just Slice and Dice and Assassin's Ripper is just a strong combo. And it's like,
Yeah.
not, yeah, and I think, what can you say about it? Was when 15 damage in one turn is good. Shocker.
Yeah, I mean, who knew? Who knew that 15 damage in one turn? There's no way you could know.
Yeah, we
Let's take a look at
couldn't.
these sideboards real quick. Jimmy probably bringing in the flame sweep. Uh,
Yeah.
Resolute.
Yeah, I think.
Perhaps a Rook or Voldas is also a possibility, just to try to deal with anything that might stop damage and every any turn. With Veiling Breeze, for example. Uh, and then from Bangfish, we're likely to see. It's possible we see the well, actually, I was gonna say Unbroken Mustang. There's not necessarily something you can break reciprocity costing just above Broken Mustang, if I remember correctly. Uh, we might see Vertiger's Decree just to try and push our damage a little further. But otherwise, looks like we might essentially just do a replay of the match. So
Yeah,
looks
yeah.
like they're pretty much done shuffling.
I think both Walda and Varu can be really good in Jimmy's deck
Mhm.
against Tristan, because then he can take out the Fantasias with just one sword. So he doesn't need to invest everything into it. He can just create swords with reciprocity and then just take the ominous shadows out one by one. If we even get to that part of the game, because you're right, with the Vertiger's Decree, there might just be enough damage going through.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to start with a Ryle. Absolutely no breaks here into a Gloomspire Black Market or Gloomspire Black Market.
Yeah, that's the
Gloom,
Gloomspire
Gloom.
coming out here. Both players drawing into memory because Bankfish's influence currently is 0, but he doesn't get to recollect it because on your first turn, doesn't matter if you start or go second, you do not get a recollection phase.
Yeah, that's definitely something. Especially a lot of new players used to learn with Increasing Danger.
Yep.
They go, "Oh, I have an extra card," and you go, "No, actually, I'm sorry." But
Why it's the best turn one play.
yeah, Bangfish. We'll see that card later, of course. But for now, just gonna get 8 cards. See what happens. So Jimmy, I think already sort of showing something by having that Gloamspire, just saying like, you know what, I really don't mind if you get the card or not. I'm just gonna try to keep myself, uh, you know, at a decent influence and just keep trying to cycle through this deck and find what I need.
He gets to use the card he drew into memory first, so he's definitely very happy to have the Gloomspire out this early as well.
Yeah, absolutely. 4, I think another black market broker. Yep, there it is.
Your Inkling was indeed correct, going attacking for 2 immediately.
Yeah. Ever current raider coming out to go to level 1. So, and as we said before, this match appears to be no breaks. We're just going to level. We're just going to put out our allies and just try to push damage the whole time.
Both of these players just going for it, and you don't have time to get your defensive cards, because if you lose one turn, that next turn you might just be dead. It's not this is not a comfy matchup where you can just level up slowly like you do nowadays.
The leisurely level 3, they call it.
Indeed.
See, is that 3 or I think that's 4 cards, I believe, which might herald another Eternal Kingdom. Let's take a look.
Might be. I think Jimmy was also thinking that it might be a bit too early for Eternal Kingdom, considering that he's not he's not level 2 yet, and he will probably have to use that Eternal Kingdom to pay for the Eternal Kingdom's upkeep costs. So we'll see. But Jimmy is the domains whisperer, so we'll see what he does.
That's right. The esoteric mind, along with the esoteric sanctum.
Indeed.
Or
That four
down.
going down and up and down and up
Yeah,
a couple of
we've seen
times.
some. Okay, that the card this card of the sleeve. Let's take a look.
All right. Paying 4.
Okay, so we're
Now it's
committed to
coming out.
paying these 4. Yeah, there we go. We're gonna turn it over.
I believe that. There is no other card that costs free for it. Is
Yeah,
the
there's
Exo.
the famous 4 cost blank card. Amazing. No, that is
It's
of course
so
the Eternal Kingdom.
powerful.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's
Okay, yeah, reciprocity is coming out.
the two domains already here. Losing a Creative Shock, which I feel like it's an interesting choice, but then he must have the perfect hand already, right? If he's not using that Creative Shock to fill up his graveyard with float or something else, and was with how much he thought about the 4 cards he's going to pay for the Eternal Kingdom, that Creative Shock, useless. He has the Dream Hand. He has everything he wants already, so he is locked in and ready to win this game. Jimmy's just
Biding his time. Yeah, I mean that's not a bad bet. Seeing. Well, okay, so we're gonna see a backup charger here. Just draw more cards. See whether or not we go into a turbocharge, just like last time.
I also
Almost
always have the
peek at
turbo
the
charge.
hand, but everyone.
Another?
The one of turbo. Oh, okay. Here comes the
Ooh,
Mustang. So
that's what you were talking about.
yeah,
Mustang
the
coming
Mustang
out, targeting the.
targeting.
Oh, because I believe
Yeah,
he
the rest of
forgot that Omni Shroud is a
uh,
keyword that is on the
try,
Looking Glass. Means
trying to destroy the Looking Glass.
yeah,
Okay.
means nothing can target the Looking Glass, and Reciprocity is a 1 cost item
Yeah. Okay.
or
Yeah. So
weapon
once
rather.
again, locals is for learning. The Looking Glass, our new divine relic, which allows us to play uh, any of these distortions, basically, without needing to be their element. It has Omni Shroud on it, meaning it is not eligible to be targeted for anything, I believe.
Yeah,
So
it's just Omni Shroud just means
yeah,
nothing in the game that says target can target it, which is pretty strong
pretty
and
strong.
very unfortunate for Bankfish here, who probably brought the
The
Unbroken
Mustangs
Mustang
in,
in
yeah,
just
from the
for
Mustangs
the
in for
Looking Glass.
Looking Glass. That is unfortunate. That being
Yeah.
said, we are
Oh,
seeing the same general board. Ooh,
Jimmy revealed a flame sweep for us for a second there.
oh, okay, okay, and that's yeah, okay. That's exactly what we thought, right? We're bringing that flame sweep. We don't want to, or we don't want to need to care if the
Yeah,
black market broker is stealthed or anything. There are more than enough cards, of course, to put Sadie back to hand.
yeah,
But it's not a huge deal. In addition, we're also going to get the extra damage or we're gonna get the damage from Flame Sweep to onto the spirit. So
Yeah, and if Pinkfish has the time to go up to level 3 in this game, Jimmy's ready with the flame sweep. No ominous shadow redirection needed when you're just attacking everything on the board for 40 each. You can't really redirect that attack.
oh yeah, there's unfortunately nothing that's gonna stop that. So let's see. Dormidian
Dormedian Foundry.
Foundry. Coming graveyard.
It's
From Creative Shock.
I love this card, but I also understand that a 6 cost domain in this matchup is probably not the best thing you can play.
Uh, there's that spell word Scepter again. So once again, trying to protect us from Incapacitate, which I think sort of heralds to what you talked about. At some level, there's a very good hand being held there, just ready for what's going to happen.
Yeah, and resting the reciprocity so he doesn't have to pay for the upkeep cost of the Eternal Kingdom as well. Getting the Automaton Drone token.
That's yeah, that could mean something. Okay, so with the Eternal Kingdom, we have that extra 2 to pay for any reserve cost.
Yeah,
And
it's good to not have to rest your domains when you don't really want to, especially with the option of being able to like the possibility of being able to level up twice here in just one turn. If he has enough, I don't quite know how much his influence is,
I
but
think
he
it is 8, I believe.
if he had a esoteric sanctum, he could level up twice here and cycle a bunch of his cards through. But
Oh,
unfortunately, I don't
okay.
think he has the influence to play one and then play 2 dungeon
But
guides.
yeah,
Unless,
unless let's take a look here.
alright,
Oh, okay.
Chamber
Uh,
of Reflections coming out, being able
yeah,
to look for that chamber or
yeah,
that
and
esoteric truth sanctum.
yeah, and of course, something that Bangfish probably really wishes that Mustang did work on that Looking Glass, being able to stop things like Chamber of Reflections coming out, which clearly advances Jimmy's game, uh, would be fantastic. But unfortunately, once again, Omni Shroud,
Oh,
and oh, okay, here we see the Dromegian
alright.
Foundry. So that's going to cost 2 less for each one of the 3 other domains that they control there. So we're going to get an automaton drone token, and that one has a buff counter on it as well.
It's a very good card in general, but especially in Jimmy's deck when you think about how on enter it just gives you a 4/1 sword. It's pretty good, pretty solid if I do say so myself.
Yeah, not bad at all. Looks like they were going for the black market broker, but it's going to get Zephyred.
Getting the an
So
additional prep counter.
yeah, when it comes back, and
Oh,
looking
Jimmy's
for okay, we're just going to activate Gloomspire to in response.
uh yeah, Bankfish trying to figure out the way to
To
draw a
get
card,
down.
but
Yeah.
his influence just grows, and I guess he's looking for the prep counter. It might be slice and dice time here very shortly.
Oh, it might be, especially with the Black Market Burger coming back for 3 prep counters. Yeah, okay. Looks like we're gonna end of turn. Get that 3rd prep
Yep.
counter. Let's see what happens. Yeah, we might have a slight replay of what happened previous.
Yeah, as
Okay,
Jimmy,
I think so. Let's see.
there's the level up. However, it's not quite because Bankfish does need to level up to be able to use the
Yeah,
Assassin's Ripper for the 12 damage from Slice and Dice. So Jimmy does have some time to level up again as well, and very possibly take the game away with that Chamber of Reflections and the Spellword Scepter,
yeah.
guaranteeing an uninterrupted turn.
We see an incapacitate going out. So I think if you're Jimmy, you really like to see that, of course.
Yeah. No, it's a very very unfortunate spot for. I feel like both of these players are both in a very good spot at a very scary, like unfortunate and scary spot because either of them can just take the game home in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, absolutely. That's Sadie coming back out. And we do have 4 prep counters on our Tristan.
CD, yeah, using the unkill to get the agility,
Oh,
taking out
yep,
one of the automatons. I believe both of the automatons were taken out with the black market broker and CD.
believe so. And we see a Fairy Whispers. And a big part of that, of course, getting that Sadie on kill, triggering agility, allowing Bangfish to take 3 cards from their memory back to their hand at end of turn. We're going to reveal a Zephyr. Looks like.
Zephyr is the demon of this deck because when Jamie played it at Nationals the first time around, we all forgot that you cannot Zephyr the token weapons. So it could be that Bagfish is, if he knows the deck a bit, it might be that he's preparing the Zephyr for that as well, or for the tokens. But
Yeah,
those weapons are immune to Zephyr.
I do spy I do spy an incapacitate in hand.
Mm.
Uh,
Did that
gonna pay.
Spellword Scepter go to banishment immediately as well? Just alright. No, it was
Okay.
just not forgotten to be woken
Yeah.
up because some people keep their
Oh, keep their.
their Regalia banishment separate from their
Mm,
their main deck banishment. So
makes sense.
sometimes it can be a bit of a confusing time, but it seems not
Yeah.
just
So
forgotten to be woken up.
we do see that Chamber of Reflections being used there, as well as for the level we saw Flame Sweep and a Dormagian Foundry.
There's so many Dormagian foundries on Jimmy's side this game. I don't think I've seen a single one today until
Previously,
now.
just taking. Let me take a look. There are 3, and we've seen all 3. There we go.
Yep.
One on board, one in grave, and one in the banish.
There is the hub of innovation coming in. The good thing about Chamber of Reflections is that you can use it at fast speed and just sacrifice it. So Jimmy can immediately get the value off of the hub of innovation, drawing a card before his recollection, and then getting those cards back.
Yeah, and this is all in response to level up. In fact, so that okay. Yep.
Yeah, he's even just resting reciprocity to get that
Rhapsody.
automaton keep attacking. He doesn't really need more swords anymore because he does have the 4 domains. He does have Tenoris level 2 on enter this turn, so he can just level up here, use Spellword Scepter to guarantee that his Assembled Ancient goes through, and then just go for it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. There's there's more than enough cards in hand. Let's see how this
Yeah,
plays out.
I mean, especially when you remember that there is we might not see it, but there is an Eternal Kingdom on board, so all 4 of
Yep.
those domains are reservable.
Uh, okay, I think we're marking stealth there.
Yeah, just also needing to do.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
yeah. I mean, Jimmy does have the cards and the influence for it, so there is the Sanctum of Esoteric Truth coming out, so that he can just play Dungeon Guide here by resting.
Yep.
Oh, is he drawing a card off of Gloamspire first, or is he using Gloamspire to as a reservable domain?
Reserve.
I believe that he is just resting to draw a card because otherwise,
Yeah.
Hub of Innovation and Sanctum are much better reservable fodder than Gloamspire.
Yeah. Here. Okay.
1, 2.
2
There
and
is
1 to beat.
resting 3. There's a
Yeah,
dungeon
okay,
guy
we're
coming
gonna see.
out.
We're seeing it. Let's see if we have the stifle. Uh,
I do believe that I did see
Continue.
a stifling trap on
You did see a
Bankfish's
stifle?
side.
It looks
Oh,
like.
Fairy
Oh,
Whispers,
okay, Fairy
not yet
Whispers.
then. Oh.
We'll see one here.
Either he cannot see one, or he does have one and just Fairy Whispers just to make sure that he has everything. It's also
Yeah.
very scary look facing down Jimmy's influence because he does have enough cards to play an incapacitate. And if you don't know how specific the deck is and how you need every single card to work for your game plan, you
Yeah.
can very obviously, very reliably expect a an incapacitate here. But seems there
Seems like it's
is
gonna go
no
through.
stifling trap coming in, so
Yeah, it was a
banishing
wind
a
blast. Yeah. Put to hand.
yeah, banishing a hasty messenger, and I believe it's a Ryle the Abyss.
Yes, I think so. We're gonna move up to. We're gonna level up to Tonaris level 3 here.
Yeah,
And thanks to
so
our Sanctum of Esoteric Truth. Oh, that's such a good combo. We're gonna,
yep,
cards that we don't need in our memory, they're gonna turn into cards in our hand. Absolutely
pretty
fantastic.
good,
Yeah.
pretty good. So this is much. I feel like this is much less problematic than Reckless Conversion was because you only get 2 cards back, and you have to play domains for it. So it's a very very niche card.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I think it is. It's definitely less problematic than Reckless Conversion, but it's so strong. We've seen it. We've seen it in the previous matches, and even here. Mm,
There's a
so
spell word
oh, there
scepter
it is. Yeah, there it
banish.
goes.
Up,
And
assemble
there it
the
is.
ancients.
Assemble the
Yep,
ancients.
ready for that incap. There is no amount
Quite
of incaps that can incap an unnegatable spell.
4, 5, 6. Uh, so that is, boy, I can do math, right? Uh,
So there's
6,
3 from
10.
Tonoris. Sorry, 3 from Tonoris, and then you get 6, 3 3 1 base power swords plus 6 each, so that's 9 each.
Yeah,
So that's 9 times 6. 54
54
plus
plus
3
the
plus that's 57 plus
57 plus
reciprocity.
the 1 from reciprocity itself. So,
Yeah.
just a casual 58 damage coming in. Let's see what happens.
You can sacrifice
Oh,
reciprocity to
yeah.
give an additional power to the if you want to go overboard, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, we're still counting out our tokens here. One thing, it looks like we are using the. Okay. Looks like we're talking about Assemble the Ancients. One thing is that we are actually going to use the token sword because reciprocity could be Zephyred if something were to happen.
Yeah, and reciprocity itself is not a token.
Yeah, so
It
we're
just
we're gonna
makes
lose 1
tokens.
damage for
Yeah.
calculation.
So
What a
57. It's
shame.
57 only.
It's only 57. Uh, 2 cards down. 1. Okay, let's see.
I am.
I'm interested in the response.
If
It might
hmm,
it might be the Zephyr, and then we'll have to see what occurred.
Surveil the
Well,
Winds.
okay. Surveil the
5.
Winds.
5 prep canners right now. And then just
Pick it up. Okay.
okay, Baker just wanted to see what he can get, but
Yeah, absolutely. I would never begrudge an opponent just seeing what's gonna happen there. Maybe there's some real spice. But unfortunately, 57 damage is going to take that game off of Bangfish.
there's plenty of damage. That's very scary. And then that's just game. I assume Bankfish will go first next game after the trauma of getting bonked on the head for 58, 57 here
Yeah.
after just what, three turns, four, three materializations, I believe, excluding spirit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And we'll see. We might put the Unbroken Mustangs back, uh, being that we can't use them against the Looking Glass.
Yeah, on sideboard, then get some cards that are more that progress your gameplay more. Possibly a Dream Fairy if you get to Stifling Trap, a Dungeon Guide, and then Dream Fairy it back. You slow them
Yeah.
down quite a bit. But at that point, after Stifling Trap, there is a good chance that they will just go for the level up next materialization. So I'm not sure if it's worth it to do that.
Yeah, unfortunately, it probably isn't. You're sort of slowing yourself down, and they're more than likely just willing to pay the 3 if that's the case. If they're willing to walk into a stifling, they're also probably willing to pay the 3. But we'll see. Take a look. Actually, now that you've mentioned that, I'm just taking a look at Jimmy's list here real quick. I believe Dungeon Guide is the only ally that is not the Evercurrent Raider, who
You're
cannot be
right.
played technically. They're just here for Ryle. Yeah, they're the
Yeah.
only ally. So
So it's might not be
hasty,
good enough
hasty
because
Mister. See that?
oh yeah, but we haven't seen Hasty be anything but level up fodder so far. She hasn't put in much work. She's not really earning her keep in this deck.
Oh, I don't know. I would argue she's put in quite a bit of work. Just from
Oh,
memory to
true.
banishment, it's quite good. Quite good.
You're not wrong
All
about
right.
that either. She is doing great being banished.
Shuffling up, and yeah, actually, I think it's always nice when the last round does go to that third game. At least as a commentator, it
It's
is
a
it is getting a little late in
satisfying
the region,
end.
but yeah, you just you want to see both decks, really work their legs. So we're gonna do our final shuffle up here, and it looks like Bangfish is choosing to go first, with the spirit already out.
Yeah, I mean, after seeing what this deck can do, you really you have to rush to level
Oh,
3 or rush to get those prep counters. Yeah.
you cannot let. I mean, especially right now, really any fire deck you don't want to let go first. But when you've seen something like that happen to you, it is imperative that you get that tempo.
Yeah, the trauma of being dealt 57 damage in just one turn and not being able to do anything about it is quite a bit. There is Windmill Engineer, best turn 1 play.
Let's go. Yeah, and we see a Wind Bless Lookout and a Fairy Whispers.
Very solid start for Bankfish here. Getting the
Yeah.
influence consistent, being able to start dealing damage very shortly.
And I think one thing Bangfish probably did notice was the lack of allies. Um, they might have a reclaim in hand for the Windmill Engineer, etc., but it's also possible that even if they can't reoccur right now, that Windmill Engineer will just keep tapping away.
Yeah, the only way that Windmill Engineer can be gone is with a Flame Sweep, but
Flame Sweep.
I doubt Jimmy will use his Flame Sweep to take care of a 1-1 ally. Or his Reciprocities attack. Or really any attack
Really,
wasted
yeah.
into a 1-1.
I think it's quite likely the Windmill Engineer stays the whole game.
Yeah, ooh,
Uh,
that's a really solid start
that's
for Jimmy.
interesting.
Eternal
Yeah.
Kingdom into a Sanctum of Esoteric Truth.
Sanctum.
So he
Yep.
can pay for the upkeep of Eternal Kingdom by just resting the Eternal Kingdom and Sanctum. And when he levels up next turn, he can immediately start cycling through his deck.
Yep. Absolutely. We see the backup charger. Will we see the turbocharge? Get that one of. Let's see it. 1, 2, 3. Okay,
Oh,
no. We're gonna go for a Wind
Blast
Plus Lookout.
Lookout.
No problem, no problem. It actually, it's of great help. That's gonna go ahead and add a preparation counter to our champion.
Yeah, you
We're
can't complain too much.
Yeah, they're not. We're not an assassin, so we're not gonna get the glimpse one. But hey, every prep counter counts. Just as we said, even being one off is a huge problem. So we got to start somewhere. And of course, with no allies, no particular danger, we're just gonna keep swinging away. One chip damage doesn't seem like all that much until you're suddenly quite close to death.
Yeah, it adds up, especially when every turn he plays one power ally.
Yeah,
It can get out of hand very quickly. It's slowly. It's like one, then two, then three, then four.
there goes that flame sweep. Jimmy's answer to 1/1 allies.
Yep.
Uh,
Suddenly it's over.
so yeah, it's done
Bye
now.
bye.
Sanctum of Esoteric Truth, showing its value there, just like you said, cycling through, trying to get us that perfect hand so we can bonk people with big tokens.
Yeah, get
And
those swords out and ready to start swinging. Resting the two for
rest,
the upkeep cost of Eternal Kingdom.
mhm. Choosing one.
Oh no, resting it. Oh yeah. Oh, because he got to cycle off of
Oh, he got the
Sanctum,
cycle and
so
paid the
he
two.
got so he paid the two from hand for the That's
Oh,
why it's even better because you don't even have to rest them. So now he gets to rest those two domains and just only pay one for his creative shock. Draw discard. There's the liminal
there's the
guide.
liminal guide. Yeah,
Definitely not
and
feeling bad right now.
3
Hop of
down.
Innovation
Oh,
coming
yep.
out.
I'm gonna get another card back. We're gonna use that to pay
Navigate
for
the
Navigate the
Streets.
Streets.
Navigate the Streets glimpsing, I believe,
4. It
yeah,
should be right. Yeah.
1+3 here. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also floating memory. So that floating memory alongside that liminal guide, definitely helping you if you're looking to go to level 2 next turn.
Yeah, Jimmy's in a very comfortable position right now, considering Bankfish isn't even level 1 yet. So he has to expend a lot of resources to go from level 1 to level 3 next turn and possibly stop the one turn kill without the flame sweep in hand for Jimmy.
Yeah, we're gonna put 3 to the bottom of the deck and 1 to the top. Okay, here's the sensor.
Sensor,
So
alright.
this is probably a sensible move here. You're trying to stop that value gain from the floating as well as the liminal. Fairy Whispers.
Yeah, there no float, no liminal. Definitely not a good position for Jimmy to be in, having to lose two cards and the yeah, technically two cards because the liminal guy wouldn't draw a card. I wouldn't come back and draw a card either.
Yeah.
And then if he wants to level up next turn, he does need to banish two from his memory.
So one thing we did see in Jimmy's last match, and it could be there, he could have that reduced to ash in hand to take care of the sensor at end of turn.
Unfortunately, I believe all of his cards are in his
Or they're in his
memory right
memory.
now.
Oh,
Yeah, he
okay.
just likes picking
Oh,
his
he's just
memory up and
shuffling them
looking
up.
at it. Yeah.
Very fair, very fair. We're gonna see that turbocharge that we were looking for last turn actually hit this turn, so pretty good.
Finally coming out here.
Yeah, we gotta use that power cell somehow, right? Uh, chipping away, 1 damage it looks like, and another.
It's starting to add up. Well, very slowly. Very, very slowly.
If nothing else happens, we have the 5 turn clock here. Oh no, wait, no, I'm miscounting because there's only 2 each. I saw the 4 and I was like, yeah.
Yeah. No, but
Yeah,
the slice and dice is a very real possibility once he just
that's
levels up
true.
to level 1. Plays a black market broker maybe.
Yeah. Two.
Surveil
Okay,
the
surveil. Yeah,
wins.
and get another prep counter there, and then draw a card. We're gonna pass it back. So it's likely that we're gonna see that hard level up anyway.
Yeah. A fairly slow back and forth here from both of these players. They are competing for 4-0, and whoever wins this game will get an entire box of DTR as their prize for today's event. Um, In the meantime, there's another game going for another 4-0 spot, which has already concluded. Our good friend Bonnie Reen from last game on stream has won, so he did go 4-0 and
Yeah,
got himself and earned himself a box of DTR.
absolutely. Congratulations to him. Spellword Scepter coming out. So once again, it's that statement. I'm looking for a symbol, and when I have it, you won't stop me.
I feel like he already has it. Like looking at
Oh
how
yeah,
carefully
absolutely,
he's planning his turns,
absolutely.
he has to have it. He just needs to be able to also get that reduced to ash out and get rid of that sensor so that he can get the value off of leveling up. Gloomspire
Yeah,
coming out in the meantime
and
to
I
start.
think Bangfish, you know, they might be looking and saying, okay, 4 domains. There's a clock here from
The
4 domains.
trauma is coming back to him last game, where attack for 57 was probably the first time in his GA career that he heard attack for 57 from a non-Jin deck. If even. I don't even think I've seen
Yeah,
Jin attack for that much.
Jins, yeah, I've had some Jins come in for 30 or so. I go, yeah, that's fair, but 57, that's a whole nother level. Gloomspire being used to draw a card
Yeah.
to memory.
In
See
response,
here,
Bankfish
response
getting.
reclaiming. Yeah, okay. Going to reclaim their Wind Blessed Lookout. Most likely to, of course, play it for another prep counter.
I.
See a level up to Tristan,
But
possibly?
I believe if he wants to do that, he cannot because the sensor is still there. So
Oh,
the
yeah.
reclaim does not have floating memory
Reclaim.
because
Yeah,
sensor says cards in graveyards. It's not just for Jimmy. He cannot get
that's right.
the assassins. He cannot pay for the assassin's ripper either.
That's right. Well, so we do see the Assassin's Ripper come out. Uh, 2 down. I think the return of the 3. Okay, dungeon. Okay, dungeon
I
guiding. So, dungeon guiding to level 1. Generally not something that we're looking to do for the value purpose, but of course here uh, we are most likely looking just to get online, activate our Assassin's Ripper, and okay, yeah, let's have a look. We're looking for a response from Jimmy, possibly, but let's see if this dungeon guide resolves. I'm not 100% sure what the players are talking about, but yeah, if we can level up to Tristan level 1, we can get that extra prep counter. Okay, we're looking at sensor here. Oh, okay. It might be exactly what was discussed here, where reclaim doesn't work because of the sensor, and it is so okay. Yeah, something the players are discussing. Let's have let's take a look. So, of course, taking the reclaim out of play due to this sensor, we don't get that floating. Okay, I think it's being discussed that the Assassin's Ripper could not have come out via that reclaim. So, kind of like we said, it's not about the level per se, uh, but all the same, if we have to pay floating memory, we're unable to, thanks to our sensor affecting both players. So, shutting out the value of the liminal guide as well as navigate the streets, but also the reclaim, looks like we're making things right. Let's take a look. Can't do the dungeon guide. So this is kind of a hard spot to rewind, unfortunately, just because you've got to reseparate memory and such in order to properly pay for our regalia. Not-
so we had a
All right,
so we had to real quick jump in here to get the situation fixed. What
yeah.
the picks and eventually was, is because this is a locals level event and because Jimmy offered and agreed to it, Bankfish is going to shuffle up his hand and banish a card at random to pay for the Assassin's Ripper. Because the dungeon guide was played afterwards, like after the fact, it had to be taken back because that's, we don't know what was in hand and what was in memory exactly. So all of the cards had to be shuffled up and one randomly selected. So as Survey of the Winds is going out here,
Yeah.
we
So
we really really try not to give game losses for things like this because it is just the locals, and we mentioned it earlier today as well multiple times that this is here for people to learn. And luckily Jimmy's also a wonderful sport, so he offered to have it fixed in this way.
oh yeah, absolutely. Uh things like that, it takes there's always a learning curve, and it's absolutely, it's not unbelievable, of course, that people are going to forget that sensor is also stopping their own floating memory. So,
Yeah, yeah.
and yeah,
Just
we have the fix. Everything's good. We're going to continue. We are going to see that dungeon guide coming out. And let's see what gets banished here.
things are essentially back to where they would have been regardless. There's another dungeon
Definitely
guide
another dungeon guide.
and a Zephyr being banished for the level up here.
There it is. Okay, so we are going to get that prep counter. So, once again, everything just as we sort of predicted previously, we're just -1 card. Windmill Engineer as well as the Dungeon Guide chipping away. Chip, 1 damage apiece. And I think the big thing, kind of like you mentioned with Slice and Dice, the chipping away is really, if it puts you in the Slice and Dice range, that's where it becomes dangerous.
Yes, it is very scary right now. However, Bankfish doesn't quite have enough preparation counters to have the Assassin's Ripper
For Slice and
and
Dice.
yeah,
Yeah.
Assassin's Ripper Slice and Dice play, which I believe the Serval the Vince would have been if that wasn't the card that got banished. He would have had it.
Oh,
The math is hard. Broken Mustang for the
the
Spellword
Mustang was
Scepter.
still in. Yes. That makes so much sense. Spellword Scepter being broken.
Yep, it was
And the
meant
horse
to be
chipping for
there.
1.
As you do. Horse attack. Horse come in,
Yeah.
do his job, and then horse go attacking.
That's the horse's whole job. It's very dangerous. Okay. We're gonna see the Harlow. That's a dungeon guide and a sanctum of Esoteric Truth.
Yeah, just once again, Jimmy is in the scary, scary range of 4 domains.
4 domains.
He just needs to either get to level 3 this turn, which I wouldn't be surprised if he could do that, and then or have a cleave card for later in the game. But yeah, he's very he's a very comfortable spot having so many domains on board. Which are still all reservable because the Eternal Kingdom is there as always. He can even activate Reciprocity now, just for the extra token that he can get on level 3, if he so desires.
Yeah. Looks like we're activating our Gloomspire. And we're going to.
Pay
Oh, I wonder if we're
3.
seeing the same.
There's
Okay.
another hub of
Yeah, okay. I think
innovation.
we're seeing it. I think we're seeing it.
1, 2,
1,
alright,
2,
3.
3. Oh, this is a flame sweep.
Oh, flame
Oh,
sweep
flame
for
sweep.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does clear the whole board and does deal damage to face as well.
4 damage.
Well, it's definitely still not an uncomfortable position for Jimmy to be in.
No, not at
Um,
all.
but I do wonder if he's planning on leveling up next turn again. But the gamble, because I feel like at this point, if he does level up, that's a massive gamble because he would need to still either draw into the Assembled Ancients or not lose it.
Yeah, if the assemble is in hand, there's a or memory rather now. There's a decent chance that you lose it. Wind Bless looking coming in, gonna get that prep counter, one extra chip damage there. We did materialize the Windwalker boots in order to gain more prep counters at the end. So it's possible that we don't see the slice and dice. Instead, just trying to build value, come up to level 2, draw some more cards, and actually get to our level 3. Tristan. I believe there's an Unbroken Mustang being shown there in memory. We're gonna pass back to Jimmy and all of his domains there. Quite a few.
Very scary to look look at from the other side, especially seeing what it can do last game. Experiencing the terror of Domerigua, who has not Geldis. It is
Oh,
Tony.
we are going to see that 3
Oh,
Liminal Guide,
leveled
and
up.
I think that's 2 Undying Dreams,
Yep.
I believe. Yeah.
Would have been great if
Oh.
he had them very early on in the game. Very unfortunate right now. Or if he could put them in the graveyard. But it
Let's see here.
it happens. But Jimmy dramatically dropping his 2 cards into memory to be like, I paid for my Eternal Kingdom. I paid my dues. It stays here. Thank you very much. Moving on. Hanging,
Let's see what we pay for here.
navigate the
Oh,
streets
navigate the
coming out.
streets.
The glimpsing 6. Being able
Yeah.
to plan ahead. He can still play his whole hand. That's a funny part about this deck. Is that
That's it, yeah. There's so much value in these domains.
yeah, he just can show it and has enough.
Yeah, for those wondering, that is the Square Live collaboration. Navigate the Streets, I believe. Pretty cool looking. And we're gonna pay 3 for there it is. Assemble the Ancients. So
Let's see.
this is where though we don't have that spell word scepter. We could see there it is.
There it is.
In tap.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not much you can do here.
Not much
That's
you
why
can
you
do.
that's why you play the Spellword Scepter.
That's why the horse is played though. That's why the Mustang is here.
Yep. It's both
All
of these
right.
players, that's why you play those cards. Just to have the answers for these specific things.
A
Obviously both
little
of them playing to win.
back and forth. All right. Yeah, we are gonna level up. Fairy Whispers and Sadie.
Sadie. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like he does just has the slice and dice at this point and just like
Oh,
going
almost
for it.
certainly, right? We're just building up prep if we have I
Mustang,
I thought I saw it. I
Zephyr.
definitely saw a Mustang. Zephyr.
There's a Shadow Strike because it looks very purple.
Oh yeah, I think you're right.
Reclaim. I do not see that's because I see a Veiling Breeze and I believe another Shadow Strike, but I do not see a
Yeah.
Slice and Dice in that hand. Unless that second card is a Slice and Dice. Oh no, that's a Unbroken Mustang. We even saw it earlier.
Once again, coming in, chipping in. You can do it, Wimbless. Look out. Oh, there. Okay, yeah, there's another one. I was
Yeah,
saying one
there
day
it
you're
is.
gonna get to 1/3 of Tony's life,
Yeah, yeah, it's
and that
a
day will be today.
yeah. So the players got a 3-minute round extension for the Dredge call that happened earlier. So we're not,
Oh yes.
we're still surviving, hanging in there before overtime comes around. And then both of the
Yeah.
players will have to start getting on it. Oh, finally,
Oh.
the map comes out. The
Okay.
second GCR in this. Well, not the second. The GCR in this deck. Now that the Looking Glass is here, you
That's
kind of
very
have
true.
to play that for the Chamber of Reflections. So Wayfinder's map is your guaranteed card draw every game.
Yeah. So okay, we're
Oh, there is the
Doreen Foundry.
Foundry.
Yeah.
So he does. Jimmy can choose if he wants a 4/1 sword, which he does choose, or he
Yep.
could have gotten a 2/2 automaton, but they're very, very close to overtime, so probably going for the win here. Making Bankfish have it, as they say.
Yep. Yeah, and just as was discussed earlier on stream, good players, they want to make you have it, and they know when to sort of test you for that purpose.
Yep. There is the draw from the Golem Spire, I believe.
Y-
Yep.
Yes, and the
Bankfish
reciprocity previously.
drawing a card.
Uh, Daenerys going in with the sword token. Yeah, we're just going in with the sword token for 4. Going to be good. And let's see. Once again, the scary thing with all those domains up, they can, of course, pay for reserve cost. So we are going to go back to Bangfish's turn. 2 first avail. The wins. Get more and more prep. We're at 8 prep. Like you mentioned, Clem, we did see that Shadow Strike in hand previously. So it's building up, and we're going to level up into Tristan Shadow Dancer. So that's going to go ahead and get us our ominous shadow tokens once we're done paying.
Yeah. There's the level up.
Wiggle Engineer, Zephyr, and that Mustang, that extra Mustang.
Yeah. Overtime has just started for these players. There's the 5 minutes. After the extension, they are just starting overtime now, so this is going to be turn 0.
And is that a mastermind scheme?
That is a mastermind scheme.
Yes.
Scheme. Not scream.
Well, it might be if your opponent wasn't really ready for it. So
Being the panic. All right.
Yeah.
Sacrificing the Windwalker boots to draw a card. Now that he has 9 prep counters, he can very comfortably do it. Bankfish definitely looking for a way to take the game home here.
Yeah. 2 damage represented on board, just from those allies. Putting to 12. Meaning we just have to find that pretty comfortable 18.
Yeah, it's pretty comfortable. 18 is a statement. Even I mean, I guess it could be done in theory, but it is definitely not a comfortable amount of damage for Bankfish right now.
Little unlikely, I believe. Yeah, that's a reclaim. Drawn to hand.
Yeah, there is the using, I believe, Assassin's Ripper's ability. Oh no.
I'm not sure. But we did get, of course, our ominous shadows out and a shadow strike coming in.
Yeah.
With the claw.
It's tough math to do. I do believe that it is with the Assassin's Ripper, so that he can and after that the Shadow Skull came out to be able to be used with the ominous shadows. Yeah, because
now
that
they
is
have that. That's it.
yeah. That's gonna be another additional 4 damage if it
there's no
does go
response.
through. Yeah, but Jimmy does have a few cards in hand, so in theory,
and let's see it.
He does.
Doesn't have it.
I did not have it, but she drew into the other assembled agents. Oh, that was very close.
Very close. Hey, that comfortable 18 just squeaked by.
You're right. Yeah, it was a comfortable 18 indeed. That was
great.
a
actually.
crazy time. Yeah,
that's exactly what you see out of these Winterson decks all the time.
Yeah, it's I forgot how interesting can just win out of nowhere. It's the same as it isn't out of nowhere. It does have to deal the chip damage and like do it, or either slice and dice early, or start with that chip damage and work into a massive shadow strike. But that was a crazy game.
Yeah,
Even crazy judge call. We always have one of those. You just have to have it. But
it wouldn't be the weekly without it. So
yeah, it wouldn't be card games without an exciting judge call. I feel like
that's true. Yeah,
that's where the
absolutely.
adrenaline comes from. Otherwise, we're
Who will
just
be right?
having fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
So wow, what do you think about all the decks we saw here today?
Uh, well, I think obviously Jimmy's was very hype, right? We saw that twice. It's quite a lot of fun. Uh, Definitely something that I think people will try out at their locals, of course. We saw a few decks from the previous season, as well as just Winterson obviously being carried through to this season, and I think that in a way kind of speaks well. Even though we of course have our huge fire meta with Ryle and the liminal and everything else, people are still trying to find slash seeing the strengths of these things that we've seen before, and they're they don't necessarily win all the time, but I'm glad that people are attempting. I'm glad that people are still they're still cooking, they're still looking for those openings to make their mark on the meta basically.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, and I feel like this is the best place to do it because even at your locals, people, depending on where you exactly are, people might be training for Ascents or in Southeast Asia for the massive regionals. Like,
Mhm.
there's places where you just can't really have fun in a way. Well, playing the game is fun, but you cannot play some silly decks. And Yetis, with it being free to enter and available for everyone, is the perfect place to practice that. So speaking of that, if you guys want to join Yeti game, these online locals, and it looks fun, and you guys just want to play the game, learn some things, come please join us every Thursday at this time when the stream starts. Uh, I forgot time zones exist. You're welcome to join, and like we said, the entry is free. We have a wonderful team of Andy K and Brightwing running these events, and thank you so much for doing it. And it does so much for the community. I feel like it brings everyone a bit together as well. Because
Oh
if you
yeah,
can't
absolutely.
play, you watch the streams. If you can't play, you just play for and have fun and get to know people. So thank you so much for running these events. Thank you. Once I love for running the streams. I feel like he never really gets the recognition here. Thank you, Calcium and
Yeah.
Joyboy, for casting here with me today. It has been wonderful. Thank you, Mitch, Super Mitch from Merlin's Marketplace, for making the beautiful graphics every single week. If you guys missed it, here is the breakdown. Mitch does these. They look incredible every single week for us. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the judges that judge our weeklies every single time. You guys, without you, it wouldn't be possible to have these. And if you guys want more content, there is going to be, from next week onwards, our wonderful producer, Once in Love, and Valkyrie, a caster you might all know. You probably all know and love. He does come on SBP sometimes. He's also casted Worlds this year and does some Ascent sometimes. And he has his own YouTube channel as well, so you should go check him out. Are going to start a meta breakdown podcast from next week onwards. So do keep an eye out on that. It's going to be on this channel, I believe. So yeah, please, if you guys enjoyed the stream, don't forget to subscribe, like. We appreciate all of you enjoying in chat and chatting in chat as well. It's wonderful to see everyone every week. And yeah, do you have any finishing words, Mr. Calcium?
Well, of course, our last but not least, we do of course want to thank our players, and yeah, I believe that we are casting next week as well, of course. Same time, same channel. That time would be 8:30 Eastern. You can translate into your own time zone. It's so hard. But yeah, of course. Big thanks to everyone. I had a whole lot of fun. This is, of course, great. And every week I look forward to seeing the Yetis and now being on it. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, thanks so much. And we'll see you guys next time.